Welcome back, everybody. It's Melissa from the Esthetician Connection. I am one of your moderators here with the EC, and I'm glad that you were able to join us for day 2 of the Cyber Extravaganza 2021. We just wrapped up an amazing class with Natura Verde Pro on the art of manscaping. Wasn't it amazing? I loved it, and I can't wait to implement some of those skills into my treatment room. I know that intimate services have definitely taken over lately, and for myself as well, and I hope that you're able to take something from that class and implement it in your practice today. So we just want to let you know also, if you did miss that educational segment, you are able to go onto the estheticianconnection.com and on our Facebook page and rewatch it or watch it for the first time at your convenience until midnight on Wednesday evening at the end of our 3-day extravaganza. So don't forget, if you're not able to make the exact times of the events that are coming up as well, you can always watch the replays only until midnight on day 3 of the event. So I came on to talk to you today about Hail and Hush, and I'm sure that you guys know that I love Hail and Hush. As a small business owner years ago, I brought it on as my second line, my small line, just to kind of try it out and bring in a new niche to my clients. And let me tell you, so quickly it just took over as my number 1 line up against one of the big name brands. And it really just proved itself to me. Not only do I love using it on myself, but just the feedback that I was getting from clients, and not only from just clients that have sensitive skin or health compromised skin, but all clients. I use it for my acne clients. I use it for anti-aging. One of the things that I love about Hail and Hush is, as you can see from this little rack card here, it has a lot of bullet points on what it is good for. So it has it's gluten-free, it is paraben-free, it is sulfate-free, it is great for those that have health-compromised skin or for sensitive skin, chirally correct, dermatologist tested. I mean, the list goes on and on and on about what it's great for. And another key thing that I love is these little brochures that Chris gives. Oh, by the way, if you haven't met Chris, she is phenomenal. Just the nicest woman in the world. I love supporting small business owners, especially women-owned business owners, and products that are made in the USA, which these are. So again, great little brochure. I love giving these to my clients. As you can see, each product has a couple little bullet points there. And I just like to take my Sharpie and circle them, and then I'll put numbers on them in which order to either try samples or use new products that I'm incorporating into their regimen. And then a couple changes that we have this year coming up. We do have a new product called the Refine Polish. This is a gentle, very, very gentle, anybody can use it, jojoba bead manual exfoliator, as you can see there. It is a very lightweight. When you do mix it with water, it does have a little bit of suds to it. Unfortunately, I don't have any water right here, but you can see how nice and light. It's very, very gentle. You do want to use this only 1 or 2 times per week. You can use it if you're super sensitive. Obviously, you would want to go light on it and not use it too aggressively when you're manipulating it. You can use it in the treatment room prior to our enzyme or to our Bedazzle Revitalize exfoliator. Obviously, again, if they're not super compromised or very sensitive. So you always want to determine that in your treatment room with your consultation. Another change for Hail and Hush is the Incredible Enzyme Professional product, which is a pro-only enzyme, as well as our Mist Me Spritz, which this is one of my all-time favorites, by the way, have a little bit of a formulation change due to sourcing issues with some of our fragrances. So they are now a cranberry-based fragrance, which is amazing. And you can even use this as a setting spray to your makeup. And it just smells great. It's like an aromatherapy pick-me-up, but it's also just super hydrating, anti-inflammatory. I love it. And that's really the only changes, but just Hail and Hush is amazing. If you haven't tried it, they have 4 amazing bundles on our Cyber Extravaganza special. There's one for just about everybody. There's a back bar version, there's a retail version, and it gives you just the chance to really try these products out, determine if they're for you and for your practice. And I'm certain that you're definitely going to fall in love with them. So be sure to check out those products and the bundles that we have available from Hail and Hush and more on the estheticianconnection.com. And don't forget that this event is streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, and on our website. So make sure you browse these offers and we'll see you soon. Stay tuned because up next is Lightwave Illuminating Detoxifying Facial. See you there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live stream. Super excited to be here, and we're going to bring in Carrie Pulling because we're getting ready to do an amazing facial treatment from Lightwave. This is called the Illuminating Detoxifying Facial Treatment, and it's going to use LED light and their topical light infusion. So I'm super excited about it. Do we have Carrie? Mm-hmm. Do we, I'm trying to think, are we going to switch over to this camera so that people don't have to look at the arm? Yes, there we go. Hi, Carrie. How are you?
How's it going, Sherry?
It is going well. We are busy, and that's a good thing. So, Michelle, can you move it a little bit to your left, which is my right?
Okay.
My right.
Okay.
And then lower. Okay, so, Carrie, are we split screen, everyone? Yes. Okay. All right, guys, I'm looking at the camera. I've got a whole bunch of stuff going on. We've got Carrie on the split screen with us. And what we're going to do now is we're going to start the treatment. It's going to involve 2 cleanses. So the first cleanse, first cleanse right there is the ABI exfoliating enzyme wash. Closer. There we go. This is a non-abrasive cleanser. This has papaya and pineapple enzymes in it. It also has nourishing moisturizers in it. So it's a really good cleanser for our first step. Carrie, do you want to share a little bit more about this while I'm cleansing?
Sure. The cleanser that you're using is an enzyme cleanser, so it's going to have the enzymatic action. So it's going to go ahead and get rid of the dirt and debris without stripping the skin of all the nutrients. It is a sodium lauryl sulfate free, so it has no parabens, no dyes, no perfumes, nothing that's going to irritate the skin. And the whole goal of it really is just to get rid of the dead skin cells so that we get a better outcome with the products that we're using and the infusions that we do. So we use the papaya and pineapple. The longer you leave it on the skin, the more enzymatic action it's going to have. So kind of keep that in mind. If you're dealing with someone who's sensitive, you wouldn't leave it on the skin as long. You're just going to cleanse it and get it right off. If somebody is less sensitive, a little bit older skin, then you're going to want to leave it on the skin a little bit longer, allow it to have more of that enzymatic action. It's got avocado oil in it, so it's great at helping to nourish the skin too. So we're constantly looking at ways that we can build the skin back up with the ABI line. And I think that's one of the things that the enzyme wash does, is not only cleansing, but it's helping to rebuild the skin as well.
This is a perfect cleanser for prepping for any facial treatment. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this just to make sure there's no makeup on the skin. And then I'm going to be doing a second cleanse. Let me get this off first.
And the reason we do that second cleanse after that first one, we've got the enzymatic action. If you do have anybody with sensitive skin, we're going to follow it with that corrective wash next, which helps to reduce that inflammation. So if you do have someone that, you know, maybe it was a little more sensitive to that pineapple and papaya than you're used to, most people can tolerate it very well, but sometimes if they have a little sensitivity to it, they'll be a little red. So you'll help to reduce that inflammation with that second cleanse real quickly.
So what we're doing now is the second cleanse, which I'm going to try to hold it under the light. There we go. Thank you, Summer, because hold on. Look at me trying to, there you go. I got it. Corrective. This helps dissolve and reduce surface oil. And it doesn't strip the skin, which is a plus too. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of cleanser on here and start her second cleanse. Kelly, you're going to be squeaky clean, my dear.
My skin feels so good already, and that smelled phenomenal.
And everything in the ABI line smells amazing. Carrie, you guys really knew what you were doing when you designed all of these different products.
The men seem to tend to gravitate towards that smell on the corrective line, that wasabi. There's a little wasabi in there that gives it a vasodilation, allows everything to open up. And I think that, you know, either you love it or you think it's okay. But I say most people absolutely love the smell of that corrective cleanser for sure. Now with both of the cleansers, they are sodium lauryl sulfate free. Some people, when they're trying them for the first time, we use a polysugarnate base. They use the cleansers. They're like, well, they're kind of thin. They're not meant to use a lot. So you actually will just use a small quarter size amount and add water as needed. So the skin is already damp, then just you can see kind of what Sherry's doing is you're spreading it all around. It's not a real thick cleanser because most of the stuff in there is meant to cause some kind of change to the skin. So we're not looking at putting fillers in there or a lot of thickening agents. We actually, we're just looking at getting as many good things to the skin as possible. So with that corrective wash, you have the cranberry, you have wasabi, like I mentioned. I believe there is some willow bark. There's willow bark in there, lactic acid as well. So you'll get a reduction in inflammation as well as a nice cleansing action as well, especially on the thicker skin types. You'll notice it's going to penetrate a little bit deeper than a lot of cleansers you've used. Now, this is not an enzyme cleanser, so it's not the longer you leave it on the skin like it did with the pineapple and papaya. This one you just put on, rinse it off, and it'll leave it nice and clean without stripping the skin again. So that's what I love about the corrective wash is you get that witch hazel as well in there and the D-panthenol. Kind of helps feed and nourish the skin, and it's a nice astringent. So that dirt and debris and the oil that you were talking about is completely cleared away.
It feels very refreshing. The skin feels like it can like breathe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's got it. Though I think that wasabi in there really is something that a lot of people don't use on the skin. It's just got a small amount, but it's a huge vasodilator. So you get that blood flow and blood circulation going like crazy.
Now we are using, I know it's a little, it's their, oh, got it. It's their green tea brightening scrub. And this is a new product, Carrie, right?
Yes. So that one's, we just recently launched that one. And the goal there is anytime you can use green tea in conjunction with light therapy, you're already increasing the results you're going to get from your light therapy. So green tea is something that you should definitely look at pairing with every light therapy treatment. in as many forms as possible. So this green tea here, you're getting it on the skin. It's a physical exfoliant. So you're able to use the pumice in it to actually scrub away while still nurturing it with the green tea.
I like that. Don't you?
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Now it gives you the ability to be, because it's a physical exfoliant, either more aggressive or less aggressive, depending on the skin you're doing it on. So it is aloe vera based. So you get that oxygenation from the aloe vera, the calming effect as well. So you can go ahead and physically, concentrate on those areas that need a little more attention. So it has the pumice in there to kind of focus in on that, but it has that green tea, which is going to give you that anti-inflammatory and work well with the light therapy. It's going to really target reducing the reactive oxygen species that are created from light therapy, which is what we're constantly looking at doing.
Hey, Summer. Quick question, Carrie. So, how many times, let's say a person, is this a retail product too? Is this made in a retail size, or is it?
It isn't as of yet. It's a professional only. So the amount of hyaluronic acid, the amount of, I think it's cacao bead that's found in their seed is really a large percentage. That's a seed that is actually harvested out of Hawaii. So we will lower the percentage. We could do it in a retail. We just haven't done that yet. So it is professional only at this time. And then it also has the subatomic M3, which is your magnesium, zinc, copper, that they can use as a building block. But I think it's something that will down the road probably be a retail availability in some form.
I'm trying not to mess up her glittery eyeshadow, guys. So if you're wondering why I'm not, because I'm trying to not make her feel like she has to go redo her eyes.
Thank you for taking good care of me.
I'm taking good care of you because I know you're going to be like, thanks, Sherry. You messed up my eyeshadow.
I have to get on camera later.
So, Carrie, while we're doing this, tell us a little bit about some of the other scrubs. I know this is the new one, the green tea, which I can tell you all has an amazing pumice feel. It's not too gritty like you're rubbing just straight sand, but it's also not wimpy. I mean, sometimes you get a scrub and they're so sparse that you feel like you're not getting a good exfoliation. This gives you a good exfoliation. I mean, look, she's like shining, glowing.
Well, and I think that aloe vera base also allows you to get it off the skin really easy. A lot of scrubs, you get them on the skin and it takes forever to get it off the skin. And I think it clears pretty nicely from that's one thing I really liked about it is I was able to get it off the skin real quick, real easy. It didn't take me forever.
I still feel hydrated too. I don't feel like I stripped anything.
Yeah, you get that hydration. Well, it's got hyaluronic acid in that as well. So it does have the hyaluronic acid in that green tea brightening scrub.
Mhm.
So we have a couple different scrubs. We have our micro exfoliating scrub, which is more like a polish. And that's another physical exfoliant that's really popular to use before light therapy. You don't have that green tea like you do in this one here, which I think it takes it one step further. And that is available in retail as well as over the counter. And then we have a couple different micro peels, which are great for prepping the skin. We have our cranberry scrub as well. So cranberry scrub is very similar to the green tea as far as the aloe basis of it, but it doesn't have that green tea. Again, that's one thing I think was missing. When you're doing it with light therapy, that green tea is essential. Now, obviously, cranberry scrub, if you're not doing it with green tea, if you're not doing it with light, it's not that big a deal. Or if you're doing some form of green tea after, we have a couple green tea. Our hydrating recovery gel is great for post LED. It's going to help you get that good dose of green tea as well. So it just kind of depends on what you're putting in your facial.
Can you go grab me my goggles? I left them in my treatment room. I'm sorry. Carrie, they're getting my goggles. I thought they were in my product bundle, but I must have put them in my treatment room. Sorry. We're doing this in my sunroom. We've made a studio in my sunroom. So all the things that I typically have at my fingertips are not at my fingertips. So I thought I had my goggles here. So she's running and getting those really quick. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, let's talk about the goggles real quick. So something I think is really important is you mentioned you're getting goggles. Well, we're going to do an infrared treatment on her next, which, doesn't have a lot of bright light to it, but we're still going to wear the goggles, even though you're not seeing a lot of bright light. The reason being is because we don't want to create any kind of retinal burn with light therapy. Now, I see a lot of companies out there that say you don't need goggles. It's completely safe. You don't need to wear your goggles. And one of my first questions I like to ask is, if you are using a light device that doesn't require goggles, then, and it's not strong enough to affect the eye tissue, then chances are it's not strong enough to affect the actual skin tissue. So if you're wondering, hey, is my light device even working? Well, if you're not using eye protection because there's no concern for your eyes, then chances are that particular light device is not effective enough to actually make some major changes on the skin. And if you say, well, I've used this light device and I start to see some changes, well, that means you're using an extremely low dose of light therapy because you don't have to protect the eyes. Now, if you're using a professional light device, you should have eyewear, whether it's the infrared, red, or blue that you're under, so that you get full protection. So one of the things you'll see is, you should have LED rated eye goggles and eyewear that you're using with your LED device. And it should be required by the manufacturer. If it's not being required by them, then it's probably a crappy or crummy light device that you're using. Now, you'll also notice on Sherry's device here, she has fans on the back of it. Those fans right there keep the LEDs cool so that it gives a nice, even dosage of light. And that's another big factor when it comes to light therapy, is you want a nice, even dosage. Now, some of the lower end models don't have to require fans, but when we start putting, like her device has 2,880 LEDs. So she is pumping out a ton of photons or light particles into the skin to cause those cells to become energized and regenerate, producing collagen elasticity. So it's really, really important that we regulate the temperature of those. Now, one thing you'll notice is Sherry is starting it right up close to the face, which you can totally do for those clients that have been in multiple times. But you may have a couple clients, especially under the red, infrared is not a big deal, that tend to say, oh, that's really bright. And if they can't handle it, one thing you can do is you can start it from about 3 feet away with those arms. And then you can allow their eyes to dilate. And after 1 to 2 minutes, start to bring it much, much closer. And the way I always bring it closer so that the client wants to have it as close as possible, and is I ask them the question that I think is really important. So I ask them when it's 3 feet away, I say, hey, are you tolerating the light? Is it okay? And then the next thing I say, I can bring it a little closer so we get more collagen and elastin if you want me to. Oh. And so everyone says, oh, well, yeah, bring it closer. And then pretty soon you've got them wanting to put it right next to their skin because they want as much collagen. So sometimes you just have to tell them what's in it for them. So if they're saying, oh, it's too bright, it's too intense, use that little trick. I've never had someone say, no, keep it far away. I don't want collagen.
No, that is a good one. And it's interesting because I've had people say, oh, it's so bright, I don't know if I can do this. And my reply is, well, this is what a real LED treatment would look like. I mean, there's just a lot of power in this machine. This is not a wimpy LED device. And I think right now is a really good time. Would you let them know a little bit about, because we've got, I believe we've got 10 minutes on the IR light. And what we're doing, Carrie had mentioned, we're reducing redness, we're detoxifying skin tissue. This wavelength is between 800 and 900 nanometers. So right now she's getting the first portion of her treatment, and then we're going to jump into the TLI next. But Carrie, can you tell them a little bit about the importance of not only the wavelength, but the brightness, the power of the actual LED. When I take your classes and you say things like, oh, like put it over your thumb if you can't see the light through your thumbnail, you know what I mean? Like, lights are so different. Can you share a little bit of that with them?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Because if all light was created equal, wouldn't we just walk to the back of our car and have our husband click the car taillights, and we would all get a great LED treatment? So no, lights are not created equal. And so when you're out there and you're researching and you're looking at different light device, you can put the word pro in front of anything, just like L'Oreal loves to do, and they call it their pro retinol or whatever pro product. And we all know it's not a professional product. So these companies that love to put the word pro in front of it, and then you are duped thinking you're getting a pro, is not the case. So kind of think of it, I think the best analogy I can come up with to help people to describe it is if you have a low powered device, then you're not going to get the energy you need to energize the cells. It's kind of like if I have a cake that I'm trying to bake and I put it in the oven at 100 degrees.
Mhm.
I can leave it in that oven for 2 days and I'm still not going to have the cake and the outcome that I'm looking for because it's just too low of a temperature. Now, it's not heat driven for light therapy, but it is energy driven. So the amount of energy particles coming out of that light device are key. Every single one of those lights pump out these little photons or light particles, and those little photons are responsible for energizing our cells. Once our cells become energized, it's like putting gas in a car in your car. You now can do over 24 different positive processes. So it's really important that you have the right amount of energy. Now, again, also just like if you don't have enough energy, if you look at some of these devices that say in 5 minutes or 2 minutes, I can go ahead and do an LED treatment, and they want to turn the power up to this god awful number, that's going to destroy the skin tissue going in. So there is what we call a biphasic dose response, meaning there is a sweet spot at which we need to be. Kind of like baking a cake. If you go 500 degrees and think, oh, I can bake the cake in half the time, you're going to burn it. So again, you need to be at a certain temperature in order to get the cake baked. You need to be a certain power output, and that's between 30 milliwatts of centimeter squared up to 200 milliwatts to get that biphasic dose response. Now, if I'm using a 30 milliwatt system, or I'm using a 60 or 70 or 100 or 150 milliwatt system, as you increase that power, the time will decrease, but also the number of treatments they need to achieve their results will decrease. So for example, you're using the middle of the road system that we offer, the React 2880. We have a tabletop right now on sale of the EC. Both are great systems. The one that the intro level one will just need a few more treatments to achieve those results in a little bit longer time as you would with your system. And then the system that's available above yours, our elite system, you would have less treatments and less total of time. So if you think you can go off the internet and get one off of Amazon and hope to achieve the same outcome, and you're not having to use eye protection, you don't have that kind of power, you're going to leave your clients under there 30, 40, 50 minutes and hope for the best possible outcome, and you're only energizing a few of the cells. So if your cells that you're trying to energize with those little photon or light devices just aren't being energized, they're going to damage them faster than you can repair them, and you're going to see absolutely no change on the skin tissue. Otherwise, like I said, we go stand by the car taillights, have our husband hit the brakes, and we all get red light. So it's really, really important that you have enough power. And that's why we want to put the light device close. We don't want to be far away. We want to capture all those photons. So if you think of it, if you look at it, you can easily look at a light device and know if it's a good light device. If you look at it with the naked eye and you don't shun away because it's too bright, the chances are it's not pumping out very many photons, and it's probably not going to affect your skin tissue and give you any kind of change that you're going to see. And if you've done light therapy and you said, it's okay, probably haven't done a light wave system. So that's, it's a big deal to understand. We've been doing it for 20 years. We've been in the medical community as well as the aesthetic community. We started out in the medical community. There is thousands and thousands of documents that show, hey, you dose the body with one wavelength or color of a light at a time, followed by the second color so that you make sure that the cells are doing exactly like you want the outcome to happen. For example, why are we doing right now infrared before the red, and why are we doing it in this order? Well, infrared is really good at increasing vasodilation, opening everything up. It's also really good at kicking nitric oxide into the bloodstream. It then allows detoxification process to happen and allows more product penetration and uptake. So if we do infrared near the beginning of our treatment after we've exfoliated and we get that into the body, now whatever products you put on next are going to have a better absorption rate, they're going to have a better efficacy rate, and they're going to be not fighting with all the toxins that are in the body. So it's a really good way to start a treatment, especially if you're doing a peel. If you're doing a peel or something you want to really be absorbed, infrared light is the way to go. Is you use infrared light, which generally you don't see with the naked eye, but you can see it on the some of the phones. You can take your camera and you can put it right next to the LEDs and you can look at them. So they'll glow pink. So when I do the classes in office, we all take our phones out and we turn on the LED device and we put it right next to the LED, and you can see them glowing like a really solid pink. Even though you look at them, they look like they're off. So the other big thing is you'll notice on that device there and on the other devices, the LEDs are close together. They're not far apart. We have, like I said, 2,880 LEDs. Why? Because we want to cover the entire skin. We want to make sure that when the skin gets that light dose, it's not just little spots that it's hitting, but it's actually a nice even blanket light. So I think all of those, when you start looking at things that are out there, are really, really important to understanding how light therapy works, what the differences in your devices. But infrared is really good at prepping the skin. I think that's something that people they underutilize. So they understand red is going to help produce collagen elasticity, but what's that infrared light do? Well, it's detoxifying, reducing inflammation, which inflammation is the #1 ager. So if you can reduce inflammation, you can slow down that aging process. And then it also allows better product penetration. So I think product penetration, if there's that gold standard of something you want absorbed, do the infrared light, depending on your system, for just a few minutes. Now, some systems won't allow you to do infrared by themselves. Then you're doing yourself a disservice, because if you want products to penetrate, you want them to be absorbed, and then you want to use the red light to help circulate them throughout the body, and you want to help now the collagen elasticity be created. The red light should be done separately. So
it's really interesting. I'm looking at the video screen over here, and I see all the infrared on the screen, but when I look at the device, you don't see it. So that's really interesting. You were talking about the phone. So if you're looking at the screen and you see all the pink, if you were here, it would look like they weren't on, but they're on. Isn't that cool? That is so cool. So I have down that it stimulates NAK+. Tell me what that is.
Sodium potassium levels. So your sodium potassium levels will balance out. So it's going to help you balance out your sodium and potassium levels so that you are helping to get a nice, healthy environment where skin cells will thrive, develop, regenerate. So that's one thing that people don't understand, is that when your sodium and potassium levels are off, you're not getting enough water intake, you're not eating healthy, you're creating a prime place for your cells to die off. So one of the things the light therapy does is helps to balance those out.
Okay, so
I saw someone was asking, does the 1200 have infrared? All three of our devices have the ability to treat red, infrared, and blue independently of each other. So all three devices have the red, infrared, and blue.
okay, so now we are doing the mask. Am I correct, Karen?
Yes. So now we're going to use a combination of our dark chocolate and peppermint. So this creates like a peppermint bark. The two together are really, really great. You could use each one as its own independent mask if you wanted to. They work great by themselves. One thing I do like about using them together is you've got that reduction of inflammation, plus you've gone ahead and you've got that CoQ10 from the dark chocolate and the green tea from the dark chocolate. So you have the ability there, as well as the glycolic, to help with cell turnover, building new cells. So when you can build new cells and keep inflammation at an all-time low, that's where you end up with great results. So just about a little quarter size of each, maybe a little bit more, depending on the size of the face and how thick you want to go. Generally, I go a little bit more than that. I like a little bit more of the dark chocolate than the peppermint. So I put in a pretty good size amount of the dark chocolate and about half as much on the peppermint when I mix the two. But the peppermint has, again, that aloe vera based for it as well. So you're going to get that inflammation reduction also.
If we had smell-o-vision, oh my goodness, this smells so amazing right now. Oh, so you ready for this? You're gonna love this. Oh my gosh. This is like having a peppermint patty.
Oh, wow.
I know. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, I always think of peppermint bark when I smell it. That's for whatever reason.
Like Christmas peppermint bark. Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, so good.
And they blend nicely together. So,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
the other thing, is that they blend very nicely together. So it'll give you a nice little tingling effect without any of the inflammation. So now that we've done the infrared, this right here is going to be absorbed very, very nicely. The peptides in the dark chocolate are going to be absorbed fantastically. So you've got that snake peptide in there. That's going to help slow down the muscle movements. That's going to be absorbed very, very quickly, deeply into the skin. So that's a nice deep penetration as well.
So I have now the chocolate mask has in it glycolic, lactic, antioxidants, and kale and clay. Am I missing anything?
No, I think alpha lipoic acid is in there. Let's see. Obviously, it's got the coca from the dark chocolate. So we use a pure coca in there. It has arginine and the snake peptide. So those are both that are going to slow down that muscle movement. So it does have 2 strong peptides in there as well. So those are your anti-aging peptides. It does have hyaluronic acid as well. So you're going to be able to bind any kind of water in your atmosphere to the skin.
That's okay.
Or if you live here in Phoenix and it's really dry, I always recommend steaming it so that you can add some water to the atmosphere and so that it will bind that to the skin and help that plumping effect.
Yeah, I'm not going to waste a drop of this. So anything that's in this little jar we're putting on. So you get
There, green tea is also found in this one, the dark chocolate. So
in the dark chocolate. Now the peppermint is going to have your amino acids, your healing extracts. You can use that by itself as like a finishing mask. Am I right?
it's a great finishing mask. Yes, because of its anti-inflammatory properties with the senna seed and with the aloe vera, it's fantastic, especially if you've done extractions or you've done any kind of manipulation to the skin where it's got a little inflammation. It's going to really help to bring that down. So it's a great finishing mask. But it works well with our peppermint. It works well with our dark chocolate. It works well with our cucumber mask that we have as well. So the cucumber peppermint mask combination is a fantastic combo. And if you want a little more, whoops, go ahead.
I was going to say, can you massage it at all, or do you not want to touch it?
No, you can massage it. You can absolutely massage it. And I would allow it to penetrate for about 3 minutes or so on its own. But I definitely do a nice massage at the beginning just to kind of get some of that peppermint aloe vera a little deeper.
Yeah, something's just calling me to do this, you know? That esthetician calling. I'm like, I feel like I need to do this. I don't know.
I just can't let it be.
No, I can't.
Yeah, definitely. Because you've already got that peppermint that's going to help with some of that vasodilation and invigoration, manipulating it is going to be a nice feel for your client. I'm sure she's enjoying that that manipulation there. But you're not doing it.
It's interesting because it's the chocolate that's on the more active side when people might think, oh, the peppermint's going to be the one that's going to be, you know, but it's more the peppermint's more for cooling.
Correct. Yes. It gets, and that's what feels good is when you're rubbing it around, you know, it got that cooling effect, but it's really the dark chocolate with the glycolic and lactic that's really giving you that tingly kind of sensation and feeling more so than the peppermint. And that's why manipulating it in is going to be very beneficial.
All right, so now, because we're doing like a cooking show and we have another whole thing to do, we have to do the TLI. So I want to make sure I get to everything. And this
Take your time.
Take your time.
I could stay here all day.
I told Kelly I was so jealous I wanted this treatment.
You said it several times.
I said it several times. Yeah. So I'll be doing this on myself. And while it's still going to be beneficial, it's just not as fun.
Yes.
I feel very lucky.
So yeah, generally we would obviously let it sit for a little longer and allow it to penetrate a little bit deeper. I love using steam at this point to kind of reactivate it once it's sat on the skin for about 3-4 minutes, giving that tingling effect. But it's really what you prefer. But you'll notice it'll help kind of give her that more brightening effect. And cell turnover, that's what we're really hoping for, is that brightening cell turnover, look like you just had something done but don't quite know what that is.
Oh, I need that. Well, this towel has a little bit of heat to it, a little steam, so hopefully that gave her a little kick.
Well, I just know as the winter comes, we're always looking. I just feel like I look so, like things are just dreary and drab. And so if you can give that just stepped out of the sun, a little bit of glow,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're all looking for, what did you do? And you want to say nothing. I just look like this all the time, Oh.
Yes, I am going to be sporting this one myself very soon. I'm going to be doing this treatment.
Yeah, it's great. And like I said, a lot of people don't realize that infrared, though, is you can leave it on the skin less time and you're going to get still a really good outcome because that infrared is going to help the absorption rate of that mask. So if you are running short on time, it's totally fine. You don't have to let it completely set on the skin as long because you are getting a nice absorption from that infrared treatment that you did.
And that's really good to know. I think that's a great tip for people who have tighter schedules, And, because like you were saying earlier, with the baking the cake thing, nobody has time for a 50-minute LED treatment. I mean, that's pretty much an entire appointment,
Well, nobody has time, and after 30 minutes, most of the studies show it's no longer effective. So if you're not getting your LED in under 30 minutes, anything else is just being wasted. So you do have a window. You have to be 30 minutes or less on your LED treatment. And you want to make sure, obviously, the quicker you can get it into the skin, the more you can incorporate other things and layer it in there. So if I can do 10 minutes, and I have to choose too between whether I'm going to have my dark chocolate and peppermint mask on the skin or my infrared, I will always choose infrared because the bang for the buck is your infrared light at a good dosage is giving you 24 different positive changes to the skin very quickly without any kind of effort on your part. So I would go longer on the infrared and skimp on the mask if I had a choice between the two.
That's a good point. And that's what we did. We tried to give it the full infrared and then we did a short on the mask because I really want to focus on the topical light infusion. And is this a newer one as well?
The resveratrol is definitely, yes, one of our newest. It is our latest topical light infusion. It is a 2-stepper. So, which means you'll do one step followed by the second step. And the biggest thing is when you're applying this, you don't have to rub it into the skin. You're just literally trying to get it onto there. So you're trying to get as much as you can. I mean, as little as possible on the gloves, as much on the skin as possible. And you're just going to put that right onto the skin and allow the treatment, the machine, to actually push it into the tissue. So we have encapsulated resveratrol that we're using in there. We have a brightening niacinamide. We have hexapeptide that's in there. We have aloe and then hyaluronic acid in that step 1. So you're just basically covering the skin like you did with the mask. You're just putting it on, getting a nice even coverage overall. But yes, this is definitely, you can even apply it with a brush if you wanted to, a fan brush. It's whatever you're most comfortable with. That's generally, I'll do either just a fingertip or a fan brush, but you use the entire syringe. So it's meant to go from the décolleté up to the top of the head. That's how much you have. If you're only doing face, that's fine. You can just put it a little bit thicker, but you definitely want to use all of it. And it's not really about massaging it into the skin as you would a lot of treatments. You're just getting it onto the surface of the skin because you're going to allow
just spread it around so it's still kind of sitting on the surface a little bit. Okay, so that is step 1, and as she mentioned, this is encapsulated resveratrol with peptides and niacinamide. So this is going to help with redness, it's going to brighten the skin, it's going to boost hydration. The next step, which I'm excited to open, I'm going to make sure I get the right side. Hold on.
Okay. If you haven't tried this one yet, Sherry, you've got to try this one. It's become my favorite.
It's on my list. I was so upset when I wasn't the model.
It's definitely became my new favorite.
Really? Oh, then I have to do it. Okay. Oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. I'm so jealous. I'm so doing this tonight. Everybody leave. Everybody leave. I'll do it.
Now you notice the red wine extracts that are in there. You can definitely see the color of the red wine extracts. It looks like a nice glass of wine.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, this looks so good. Oh, I want this. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do, now what's really cool about Lightwave is they have put together these treatments, these topical light infusion treatments, where they have calibrated the light therapy to work specifically with the products that are on your skin. So what we're going to do now is the machine itself is very easy to use. It has a light wave setting, and then it has a topical light infusion setting. So it's really easy. You just switch between, do you want the light wave setting? Because if you're doing the light wave setting, maybe you're just doing red or blue or infrared. So I'm going to switch it because I had it on infrared. I'm going to switch it to the topical light infusion system. And then they give you everything. They set everything in there. So you just have to hit go. Really, really great for someone who wants to do an advanced treatment, but you don't want to sit there and go, oh, okay, 5 minutes with this and 10 minutes with this. And you don't want to do that. It's already pre-programmed in the machine for you, which is so cool. So let me just pull that up. Okay, so now we're going to take the goggles, which I have. All right. Bring this back. You ready, Kelly?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right. There we go. So this has its own cycle. So let's tell them what's happening right now on Kelly's skin.
Well, actually, I think it's on the wrong setting. So
I just hit the.
I
She
think
had
it
me
goes
switch
down
to the
to
pumping.
go to the very last setting on there.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
hold on.
Go to the very last setting on your machine.
Hold on.
Because it should be red.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry about that. It should show right there, the red. I think it's the very last setting.
How come my eyes are so bad? Hold on. No, I keep hitting the wrong button. I am doing this like I'm doing yoga.
Right before you get to the anti-aging, it should be that very last one.
All right, I'm going to have to squat down to see. I can't read from up here. So. Okay.
Should show red light.
Give me a sec. You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so now tell us what's happening.
So you've got the red light now that's pulsing. So you have this pulsing red light, and what it's causing is those molecules in that resveratrol. So it goes from what we call the resting phase. So all molecules are like men. They don't want to do anything. They want to all be at rest at all given times. They don't think about anything. They don't do anything. And so I always say to my sons, what are you guys doing? My response is nothing. What are you thinking about? Nothing. So that's why I equate molecules are like men. So all molecules want to be in the resting phase 24/7. Now what happens is when you have the LED light, it is actually pulsing at anywhere from 100 to 200 up to 300 cycles per second. So to our naked eye, it looks like it's on solid, but it's not. It actually has a pulsing mechanism that's happening, and it's pulsing so fast we don't pick up on it. So what happens when that light pulses on is it causes that molecule in that resveratrol to go from what's known as the resting phase to the excited phase. And then the light goes off and it goes back to the resting phase. Goes on, it goes to the excited phase. And it's doing this 100 to 200 to 300 times in a single second. So as that molecule goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, it actually has the ability to fold and hinge upon itself. So large molecules generally don't fit into the skin tissue. They sit on the outside, like hyaluronic acid. It's too large to actually fit into the tissue, so we use it as a way to hydrate the outside of the skin. We can't go, oh, let me put hyaluronic acid on the lips, and now all of a sudden it's the same as an injectable. No, we inject that hyaluronic acid into the lips because we know it can't compromise, can't get past that barrier. So what happens with the topical light infusion is that resveratrol is sitting on the outside of the skin, and then we actually use those pulses of light to cause it to bend and flex, and it can fold upon itself to become small enough to fit through the channels and the porations in your skin tissue to go to the lower layers. So all light, since it wants, all molecules, since it wants to be at rest, when you get excited and then you dissipate it on and off, fold upon itself. And the only way for it to be at rest again is to get away from that stimulation, which is then into the tissue. So it forcibly drives itself into the tissue so that it can get away from the pulsing light. Now, why does each one of these different topicals have its own setting? Because some of them are larger molecules than others. And so some of them need a lot of pulsing to get it into the lower layers of tissue. Some of it only needs a little bit of pulsing to get it into the lower layers of tissue. So I always say it's kind of like your husband or your kids. If you want them to do something, you want to nag them. So the light is like you nagging them. So if my son is sitting on the couch doing nothing, and I want him to take out the trash, I start nagging him. Take out the trash, Austin. Take out the trash. Take out the trash. And
welcome to my life. Okay.
He's getting, agitated. And so one of two things is going to happen. He's either going to take out the trash, or he's going to move far enough so he can no longer hear me nagging him. Same thing with that molecule. It's going to move. Now, the big thing is I don't want my son to leave me forever. So if we go ahead and we nag that molecule too much, it will go straight into the bloodstream and will be unusable. So each one of those molecules has a specific pulse rate, and we've tested them at length. All of these formulations have been tested for over a year each independently to find out how much pulsing it needs or how much nagging it needs to get it into the skin tissue where it can be utilized by those lower layers of tissue without it going into the bloodstream or without sitting on the outside layer of skin where it's not usable. So that's why it's important that you use the corresponding topical with the corresponding setting in order to drive that in. So
that makes sense.
That's kind of how the topical what's that?
Does each one have, because there's all sorts of different programs in there. I know we did the Power C booster, I think a few months ago, and that has a different setting. So do all of them go between blue and red, or do some only have blue and some only have red, or how do you determine that? I mean, because I know you use the blue for a lot of your topical light infusion as well.
Yes. So it starts with the size of the molecule. So once you're done with that formulation, you look at the size of the molecule. Blue has a lot of power associated with it. So blue is extremely powerful, but it won't penetrate very deep into the tissue. So we don't use the blue light to penetrate, and that's why blue light is used primarily for acne in the LED side. But for topical light infusion, large molecules, we have to use blue light and we pulse it because we need a lot of nagging to get those molecules to go into those lower layers of tissue. So it really comes down to how much nagging. If we use blue light with this resveratrol, we would actually be creating too much power and it would push it right into the body, right past our target. So if we use blue light with this one, which is what they initially did, is they used the blue light with the resveratrol and it just went too far.
They're giving me the 5-minute mark, and I don't want to miss any of the fun things at the end either.
I do have a question.
Oh, we have a question, so I'll leave this on. What's the question?
The question was, will this light therapy be good to do with microneedling services?
Ooh, Carrie, what do you think?
Yes, we actually have protocols that have already been written into whether you do it with just the LED light therapy or whether you're doing it with light therapy and topical light infusion. So one thing people need to understand is every one of our systems are like getting two systems in one. You're getting an LED light therapy device and you're getting an infusion device. So it's almost like if you had bought two different systems and they put them together on one. And you can use either one of those with microneedling, or you can use both of them. Our protocols are set up to do with microneedling. We actually have on our Facebook page a great video of where we had taken Mike's face to pinpoint bleeding just to show how quickly the light therapy will calm that bleeding and stop and make it look like he just had barely a sunburn. So it's sped up. It's only like a 2-minute video, and you can watch it on our Facebook page if you ever want to see someone just get microneedled to death. We were more aggressive intentionally so we could show how quickly the light would heal the skin.
And what I just did, in case you were wondering, is I took the rest of the serum that was in the mask pack and I put it on her skin because I didn't want her to miss like a drop of any of the good stuff. So,
and you know, usually what I'll do is I'll take and put that right here before I even start that treatment is I'll take and I'll put the mask on and I'll take all that liquid and put it all over the décolleté because I love to do here to here for me.
Yes.
Because this is what's, I forget this part all the time.
Let me see if I can get, it's always hard with a silver thing. All right, guys, it's hard to show you with the silver thing, but this is a really cool eye product because look, you can one pump and you got your dose. How cool is that? So what we're doing is we're using the ABI Clinical Eye Cream, just a tiny bit around the eye orbital area. This helps to protect the thin skin around the eyes. This contains something called eyeless and halaxyl that help to reduce dark circles and puffiness. Yes, please. I'll take 2. So I'm just gently putting this around her eyes, just gently.
And I like to do all of our light treatments, finish them with some kind of eye product. I think that Clinical Eye is great because you have goggles on that whole time. So we kind of neglect some of that eye area.
So true. So true. Now I will tell you the next product, which is the finishing product, is my daughter's favorite. She loves ABI. My daughter loves ABI products, and she's always asking me for that dark chocolate mask. Mom, where is it? But her other favorite product that she's absolutely addicted to is your Hydrating Recovery Gel. And there's a reason. She likes it because she's acne prone, she's oily, and she tends to overtreat her skin sometimes. You know, she gets too excited like many of us do and might put something on that's too exfoliating. And then she gets that chappy feeling, you know, that uncomfortable feeling. So she loves this Hydrating Recovery Gel. This has green tea, hyaluronic acid, aloe vera, magnesium, zinc, copper. I mean, you could not ask for something with more goodies in it than this, and you're going to love the way this feels. I love this product too.
The price point is so economical as well. So you've got a great price point on that product. But the other thing is anyone who does light therapy should be putting this on the skin after every light therapy treatment. It helps to treat reactive oxygen species that are created when new skincare is created. So anytime you tear down the skin in any way, shape, or form, you need to protect those new skin cells. And that's what this product does, is it protects all the new skin cells from any treatment. We use it with the Cardinal. We sponsor the Cardinal cheerleaders here in Arizona, and they're working out 24/7. So for them, this is a key product to use because they're constantly increasing cell turnover from their workouts. And so this helps their skin to keep nice and moisturized, hydrated, protected. And the other cool thing is that it's very stable, so you can keep it in the fridge. So you can use it as a cold mask, or you can do it as a serum. So it's really, really, it's our #1 selling product.
Oh, I believe it. I absolutely believe it. And it's a good size product. So I think we actually stayed on schedule, Carrie. So I'm super happy about that. We are down to about 30 seconds. I want to take a moment and thank you very much for your time and going over the steps and talking about the ingredients and helping our members understand a little bit more about LED. We have tons of videos on our channel, and including an amazing class from Carrie, which if you've never taken a class from Carrie on LED, this is going to blow your mind. When you want to understand LED, you'll learn from Carrie, bar none. Lightwave also has an amazing YouTube channel with tons and tons and tons of education on there as well. So that's another place to get a lot of LED education. So we are finishing up our illuminating treatment from ABI and Lightwave therapy, and it was amazing. Kelly loved it, and
It was so amazing.
I'm jealous. So it's a win-win, I guess, right? I want this so bad. Carrie, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having us on. I appreciate it. Thanks for doing the facial.
All right, guys. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Hello everybody, I'm Jen with the Esthetician Connection, coming to you during the Cyber Extravaganza. I hope you were in the event so far. I know I am. This is always such a great time to stock up on some really cool products and snag some really good deals. How cool was that detoxifying facial from Lightwave? I love Lightwave. I have one. I'm kind of obsessed with it. Their science is incredible. It is one of my 2 favorite devices. The other one is my 70 Wellness MyoLift Micro Current. I love this machine. This is just an absolutely fantastic, lightweight, compact, portable microcurrent unit that gets really fantastic results. And they've got different models to meet your budget. They've got the Mini, the 600, the MD, and they've got a little device that's great for retail called the QT, and it's a cutie. Sorry, couldn't help myself. So I have the 600. I got it, I think, during this event last year, and I've been loving it ever since. First, it comes shipped to you in this cool little canvas container. It's super lightweight. It's easy to just throw in your shoulder bag or your backpack at the end of the day to take home for a little bit of self-care. After a long day of hustle, we've earned it, we deserve it. Take it home and give yourself a little bit of love. Now, inside, we've got all these cool little compartments and pouches so that nothing gets jostled around in transit, things like that. Everything has its little home. Once you charge your unit up, it does not need to stay plugged in to use anymore. So take a look. Nice and compact and lightweight, super lightweight. Really easy to use, okay? It's got several preset programs on here, and all you have to do is adjust the length of time that you're going to be using it. So it's really customizable for people who do their services according to time. Really easy to fit this in. Now, the unit comes with a pair of probes here, and these are great. This is what makes this microcurrent unit true microcurrent technology. This allows you to do the pinch and hold technique while that current is bouncing back and forth between these 2 probes. That's what's going to be generating the ATP and getting those muscles back in shape. This is like Pilates for your face. That's how I describe it to my clients. Now, personally, I was having some trouble with the probes, so I decided to try some of their other options, and I'm so glad I did because they're so super cool. These are fabulous. Microcurrent gloves, right? So you'll plug these into the cords that attach to your microcurrent unit, and you're going to continue to give your clients a hands-on experience while administering microcurrent technology. Put on a pair of your nitrile gloves underneath, and then all you have to do is just dip your fingertips in some water. You don't need any additional conductive gels with these, right? So that's super cool too. Just make sure that your fingertips are moist and you can still manually do that pinch and hold technique. Our clients love a hands-on experience, right? So this allows you to give them all of the science and still kind of all that love with the hands-on treatment. So I really like these gloves. I highly recommend them, especially if you're like me and you're kind of struggling a little bit with the probes. Going back to the probes, MyoLift does offer several conductive gels that you do need with the probes, and they are formulated according to your client's needs. So they've got one that's good for acne, one that is good just for wrinkles and anti-aging properties, and then sort of an all-purpose one, which is handy as well, and a little bit, you know, again, goes a long way. Just get a nice good coating. It also comes with this hyaluronic conductivity spray. So if your gels are starting to dry mid-service, just give a little spritz of this HA spray, and you're just going to sort of reactivate that and be able to keep on going. These sprays last forever. 2 different sizes. I keep the smaller one inside my little carrying case, and then I leave my larger one in my studio. They just last so long. They're fragrance free, which is also nice. The other thing that the MyoLift has that I absolutely love, super obsessed with these, are the eye and lip masks. Now they also have one that is just for the forehead, which I don't have yet. However, it is available and it is in my shopping cart. These are super, super cool. These are great for a hands-free service, or I have them set up as an express service. So I have clients that come in really early in the morning before they're on their way into the office. We'll just pop one of these babies on, get our sequence going, and then they're ready to roll 20 minutes later, right? So you can use just the eye, just the mouth, or just the forehead patch. You can also use them together. There is a splitter that's available where you would plug these into one side and plug these into the other and use them simultaneously. This is great if you need to multitask, if time is kind of the essence. You can put this on while they're doing a back treatment, or put this on while you're giving your arm and leg massage. So, I mean, you can really do a lot of cool things with this machine. Really versatile, really fun. Like I said, portable, easy to use. Once you create a professional account with 7E Wellness, they've got tons of free webinars that you can tune into anytime that help you with things like pricing, how to incorporate this into other modalities that you might be offering, like microdermabrasion, how to market. They give you free graphics to use for your posts, a lot of the science behind it. Everything is there and everything's available. It's a really fantastic little device. People who are looking for something that's going to give your clients that lift, you want to bring a little something extra that's really affordable, that gets great results. MyoLift Microcurrent is it. Absolutely love it. And we've got several bundles available on the estheticianconnection.com, one under Sherry's favorites and under the Pro Equipment tab. You can look there as well. Great little device. So excited. What do we have coming up for you next? We have, oh, this is great. We have a 90-minute Zoom from Aesthetic Science on why estheticians benefit from having a professional ultrasonic machine. It's going to be a good one. These 90-minute classes are fantastic. If you've not signed up yet, there is still time. You can go to the estheticianconnection.com, or you can head over to the Facebook page, find the tab where you can sign up for classes, click the link. The link that you receive in your email will be active for viewing until the event ends at midnight. So if you can't catch it live, you can still watch the class. If you can catch it live, you can see us on Facebook and on YouTube. We're so excited to have you here. We can't wait to see what else we've got going on. You guys, happy shopping. See you soon.
Hi, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the EpiWave class with Naomi and Aesthetic Science Skincare. It was phenomenal. Ultrasound is such an amazing technology, and I love learning from Naomi. She is such a wealth of information. So it was such a good class, and I hope you all made it. But if you didn't, please head over to our schedule on the estheticianconnection.com. You can see under each of the listings for the class, there'll be a register button. Go ahead and click that register button and sign up. Even if the class is over, you can go ahead and get access to the recording of the class that will, sorry, I just got a little chat on here that threw me off. That will, I don't know, we're going to move on because that chat that popped up just totally made me lose my train of thought. So let's go in and talk about Coco Star because that's why we're here in this little 5-minute segment. Coco Star is a line that I tried about a year or so ago, and the T1 Collagen Cream Mask was one of the first products that I tried, and I was completely wowed by it. I didn't know what to expect. I had actually received it from Sherry, so it wasn't something that I had picked out, and I thought one day, let me just go and try this. And it was a completely amazing experience. So the Coco Star T1 Collagen Cream Mask is extremely unique. It has TDS and ODT. So what that means is transdermal delivery system and then an occlusive dressing technique. So basically when you apply the cream, it forms a barrier over the skin that creates a film. And once all the actives in the product are absorbed, the film is clear, and then you can go ahead and pull it off like a sheet mask. The other thing that I think is really cool to note about the Coco Star T1 Collagen Cream Mask is that typically collagen molecules are too big for us to absorb through our skin. So what they've done is used hydrolyzed collagen. And that's a much smaller molecule, so it has a reduced molecule size that allows it to be better absorbed. And the one thing that I think is most important to mention is the after results that you get once you peel off the mask. Your skin is super radiant, super hydrated, and looks incredible. I actually have a before and after and like a whole fun peeling set of pictures that's on the Esthetician Connection Facebook group. So if you want to see my before and after, you can go ahead and just type in Coco Star in our search box and see how amazing. And that was my skin. That skin that you see in that picture is immediately after I took the mask off and took a picture. The radiance and hydration to the skin is incredible. So try out Coco Star. It's a super unique mask. It's a fun experience, but it also gives you really great results. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready for our deep dive panel, which is starting in just 1 minute. So we're going to be talking about maximizing our equipment investments, which is a huge and very important topic for estheticians. So please stick around and join us for the panel in a few. See you soon.
You want to try talking, Carlene? And see? Can everyone hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we need funny hats too, or what?
You know, I have one too. I didn't wear it.
I don't. I should go get one. Oh, I'm so happy that ASCP is here. God.
Oh, thanks, Tina.
Jeez, that's awesome.
I like that light wave mic.
Yeah, I
That's
see
me.
him too.
That's
Hello.
it. It's me.
How many we have attending today? We have a lot, or what's going on?
For this, this
Yeah.
is just This is a stream live. They watch some now. They pop in. They watch it later. It's available all day long for the next 3 days or so.
Okay.
But I think we have one more. I think we have another person coming in for this as well, right? Unless
It's
Michelle
me.
is. So you see her?
Oh, Michelle.
I think Michelle's coming on too now.
Dirty.
Hi, everyone. Well, real quick, while we're waiting through Michelle, I'll go ahead and introduce everyone for our panel today. So we're going to be discussing maximizing your equipment investments. I'm sure everyone is seeing everyone in the same
I'm hearing a
pattern
lot
that
of
I am.
clicks.
So on the top left, we have Carlene Vargas Gonzalez, licensed esthetician, certified crystal healer, licensed massage therapist, human resources manager.
Hey, Summer.
She does it all. And then we have in the middle top, Tracy Donnelly of ASCP, which is an amazing insurance. So if you guys aren't, looking for insurance or have anything, Tracy is your girl. Then we have Tina Abnouzi on all the way on the far right. And Tina is the founder of Tama Research. And then on the bottom, middle left, we have Ryan Braba, Esquire, and also the founder of Regenerate Nanofacial. We also have Mike Poling right beside me, maybe on this side, with Lightwave, and then Trisha Kinderman, licensed esthetician, and then owner of Highbrow, I believe also, right? So today we'll go ahead and get started talking about how to maximize your equipment investments. So the first question that I have for the panel today is, what are the most important questions to ask a manufacturer before purchasing equipment? And I think I'll start with the manufacturers on this one. Tina, if you wouldn't mind, do you have any insight for some of the most important questions to ask a manufacturer?
So how do I unmute myself? Oh, there it is.
Oh, you're unmuted. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So it all depends on the most important question that the person, before they contact a manufacturer, is to be honest with themselves and know what kind of business models they want to build. It's important, especially for manufacturers, that they don't look at our devices as a gadget. We have devices that do jobs and work, and they are there for a purpose. So knowing what you want from your business and you knowing where you want to go with this, then you can actually line yourself with the proper companies that actually resonate with the questions that you have raised in your own mind. It's really all, I always say everything begins with you. Seriously, you need to know where you want to go first before you can't expect me to tell you buy a microcurrent. I'm always going to tell you to buy a microcurrent. But the fact is this something that is made for you? Is this something that you want to put into your business? And the next thing you know is like, do I really want to invest all that time to learn all the necessary information? Because microcurrent is an investment in your time and knowledge. So it's not just about, hey, let's just do some of the, whatever things you can just go around the face and be happy with it, right? You really need to understand it. And yes, I'm so happy that we have ASCP here, because my suggestion to everyone who invests is please insure your product, because it's very important that the person has the insurance, since not everyone owns a single, they're not a solo esthetician. Even a solo esthetician can have an issue with their devices. So it's good to have insurance so you're covered. It's less things to think about. Now, we bring it back and say, what kind of questions do you really want to ask me? I always, when they call us, I always ask them the question, what is it that you do? What's your clientele? How are you doing it today? And what kind of modification do you really want to see? What's the outcome you're looking for? Then I can guide them right. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the information is, first, go with yourself. Number two is going to be with asking the manufacturer, what kind of guidelines are they sticking with? What are the GMP, it's a good manufacturing practice, do they stick with? Where did they come up with their technology, and how different is their technology from 1960 design? We have clients that are buying devices and then they add these aftermarket components to it, hoping to get results. The fact is, technology has grown. You really need to understand where are you getting your stuff and what are you expecting to get from it. There is unfortunately a lot of mishap out there, misinformation that is being given. So it's very important that you really know who you're dealing with, what you want, and then ask them questions. Do you really have, in our case, for instance, our devices have to be FDA cleared. There is no if, no buts about it. And it has to be designed not just for neurology, not just for whatever. It has to be designed for aesthetic use. Does that make sense?
It
So
does.
you can't just have a TENS device and sell it as a aesthetic use device. It's not so. So the FDA is on your side. Does that make sense? They check what's good for you, not necessarily for us. And it's a pain in where just to deal with them. But it's purposefully so because it also protects me. So it's every one of us. I'm an esthetician too, and I care for what I use on my clients. So I make sure, and because I'm an engineer, I test everything I buy, which is not a good thing sometimes, not for the manufacturer. But what I'm trying to say is that you really have to ask, if I know what I want, is this that I'm getting from this company going to meet it? How far can it take me? And what other components do I really need to put in there so I can get the result I want? That way you will get your questions. Because, for instance, say you're dealing with aging, anti-aging, right? Not all anti-aging can be fixed with TEMA. You really need to use light wave, you need to use, regenerate. You need to do so many things just to get the result you want. So you need to know, ask yourself first, write it all down, and then call up and start asking questions. And we love to answer those kind of people who have tons of questions, because it's really nice to see that moment for me and for my esthetician who's calling us. I
Yes.
hope I didn't go over. How many
No, that's
minutes do we
okay.
have? 1 hour? It's just kidding.
We're over at 4:55, but no, that was great. Thank you so much. That was such great advice. And Mike, I'm going to actually go to you next. What do you think are the most important questions to ask a manufacturer before purchasing equipment?
Yeah, I think Tina hit a lot of those with what she just said there. To reiterate, it comes down to who you're buying it from. Knowing about the company, how long they've been around, what is their practices? Is it their product? We see a lot of times people are bringing things to the market. It's not even their product. They're just slapping their name on it, claiming all these great things, and then they're gone. I've been doing this since 2002. I've seen so many companies come and go, and people buy that equipment regardless of what technology it is, and then there's nobody supporting them. So, for one thing that we really instill is the support, the longevity, not just buying equipment, but buying into a program, training, education, marketing, the whole package, so that you'll have success. And our providers have been very fortunate because we offer quite a bit of resources for them, and they've been very happy with it. We've gone as far as to help them make a cheat sheet where they can have like 10 different aspects of, LED therapy type products, where they can go and they can write it down in a little grid and have a nice comparison they can make on their own. So as they're going and evaluating a company, they're asking about how long you've been around, what your manufacturing practices, your quality, this, that, and the other. But then they can also ask them about specific specifications. On light-based devices, there's energy involved, there's wavelengths, there's these technical aspects. So we're very science-based here. And I feel that translates. Sometimes it's a little too techy, and we go a little bit above and beyond what most might need, but we'd rather give them a little bit extra and more than to not. And then, I think it's the follow-up and the long-term, what is the plan for, your business, and where do we fit in? Today we might fit in a small aspect where next month, next year, whatever, your business grows, how can we help you and how can we be part of your business long term? So that's been very valuable for our providers. We get a lot of positive feedback. There's a lot of devices out there. You can go on Amazon and you Google this and Google that, and things look good on appearance, but we really have them dig in. We don't just expect them to call us and buy a piece of equipment. We want them to do the research, because good education will lead them in the right path. And if they follow the science, which all these technologies we have science behind them, and if you really stay within that parameter, you'll see that only certain devices really qualify. And then of those few that actually qualify, which one makes the most sense for you, budgetary wise, feature wise, what is your practice doing? Like Tina was saying, that's a big question I always ask. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? Where does your business do? How can we fit this in? And not even fit it in, but how can we make your business better? So that's a big aspect, but we're really heavy in the technical side, making sure they understand what they're getting wavelength wise, power wise, treatment options, and having protocols. So, I think that's some of the big things. And again, the education, our YouTube channel has been a big resource, and a lot of people have videos now. They love that. They can learn on their own when it's convenient. We have a professional resource center on our website, so they can hop up there, grab protocols and information as needed when needed. So, and then one of the big things we see, and it's a frustration for a lot of the skincare professionals out there, is a lot of devices are being sold to the at-home market and they're being undercut. If it's a true professional device, it should be in the professional's hand. There's a reason for that. This is something that is designed to be used on a certain level to provide a service you can't get at home. That's why people leave their house. They go into a skincare facility and they pay good money to have a treatment done, is because what they're getting is above and beyond what you can do at home. So these devices that they sell to you as a professional, and then right around the corner, they're selling it online or direct to the consumer. Really, they're undercutting you, and a lot of times they're just underpowered. They're just inferior devices anyways, and they're really more a consumer device they're trying to put into professional market. So those are, some of the key aspects I recommend looking at, those, specifications as well as that. So that's, on top of what Tina said. Yeah.
Yeah, you and Tina have actually shared so many good points already. I do feel a little bad for the rest of the panelists. So on that note, let's go right to Ryan. And do you want me to repeat the question?
Am my mic on? I'm good. They are muting my mic while you guys are talking because they know I will try to jump in and make a joke or say something. That said, I echo a lot of what Tina and Mike said. I mean, I think that was good stuff. I kind of looked at this question this way when I was thinking about it is, one, Mike talked about longevity. And I think that is important. So we started in about 2006 and looking to be there for the long haul. And I try to think about what's the question I think I got asked most, which I think is a good question. Most estheticians will ask me about ROI per facial. And I feel like they've been told, maybe in a symposium like this or something like that, this is the question to ask. But I don't think that's the most important question at all. If I had to think, and I don't know that I've ever been asked this specifically, I think the most important question is, how are you going to support me post-purchase, right? Because I think even beyond aesthetics, every one of us here and every one of us watching at home has dealt with a very charismatic salesperson, and you kind of, you're talking to them and they're hitting you with this and that, and they don't even sound like a salesman, right? They sound like an advisor, like they're like a friend or family member getting you to purchase something. And the next thing you know, you drop, thousands of dollars on something, and suddenly they don't pick up your phone calls. You can't get a hold of them. So I think that's the most important thing, is how are you going to be supported post-purchase? And I think both Mike and Tina talked about some stuff they do, and this is important. Mike spoke specifically about education, whether it's online education, in-person education. How is ongoing education? How is, when you come out with new products, to incorporate that into your existing system? How are you going to help teach them? Are you going to charge them a lot of money, in order to incorporate these new things? What if they need emergency supplies? I mean, remember starting out, like, you got to get to one UPS store by 7 p.m. if you want to get that overnighted on a Saturday delivery. But if you're going to go the extra mile and get that, and they have an emergency and they didn't order the supplies they need, maybe that's what you need to do. What type of marketing help do you do? Like, I think a lot of the estheticians we work with are really skilled in some areas, but maybe they're not marketers. Maybe that's not, they're, in their bag. So how do you support them through your marketing? Even through marketing, like through the EC, and what are they coming up with? And how are you reaching, whether it's, push marketing, business to business to the esthetician, Or what's the pull marketing? Are you doing stuff on Instagram that are being seen by the consumers directly, pulling them into the spots that they ask for your products? Help with protocols, or, that goes along with education. But again, stuff changes. In order for us to stay relevant to some degree, at least certainly for Regenerate, we want to partner with different people. We want to, there's a new ingredient. We're not a product company. Someone comes out with a new ingredient, want to see how that works with our system. We want to incorporate it. We want to do a partnership. We want to do a collaboration or collab, like the young people would say. We want to, get that stuff out there. And finally, I know we'll talk about warranty and stuff later, but sticking by your product is going to be probably the most important post support that you could offer.
Yeah, the marketing is such a good point, because I think it is really a big struggle for a lot of estheticians. And then one of my favorite things that you said was really about kind of a company that will grow with you. I don't want to purchase a device with someone and then, that was their top. They're never going to go. They're not going to keep improving. They're not going to keep growing. I need a manufacturer and a device company that's going to grow with me and grow with my practice. And so I really like that point. Tracy and Carlene, I'm so excited to talk to you. It's a totally different perspective than the three manufacturers. So Tracy, if you wouldn't mind starting, what do you think are some important questions that you should ask a manufacturer before purchasing?
Well, I think if I just even back it up a little bit more and put it on the esthetician before putting it on the manufacturer, we have some brilliant manufacturers on the call right now. And I think first, the place that I encourage all estheticians to start is make sure you know your scope of practice, right? So can you use this device within your state? And you may have looked at your scope of practice, 5 years ago, but it changes. We're constantly looking at it. They're updating, like Florida. Hello, Florida. All you people out there in Florida, look at your scope of practice. Things are changing. Same thing in California. Some of it the right direction, finally.
I know we finally had some good news for California.
I know. I'm so excited. So I just think that that's a great place to start. That's what a real professional would do, right? Second of all, I really encourage everybody out there to consider devices. I mean, with everybody, consumers in general looking for real results-driven procedures and services, I think this is a great way. And to like what Tina said, I think Mike too, and Ryan, I think you just have to figure out what's going to fit best for your practice. And then the next thing I would say is that I think it's really important, Tina mentioned too, insure your product. You are investing not only time and money in this product, and it's really important that you make sure that you have what is called business personal property insurance. Okay, so it's not your professional liability insurance like what you would just get, as part of your membership with ASCP if you choose to be a member, but it's business personal property. So that's going to protect you against theft and loss. Okay. And I think, then also to just make sure that you're covered, right? So professional coverage. So read your policy. Make sure there's no exclusions, no surprises, right? And if you ever need help with any of that,
how often do you suggest people read that policy? Like an annual thing, or what's your recommendation?
Yeah, I think annual. I mean, I know us, for instance, we rarely will change our policy. We don't, the part to look at is exclusions. I mean, I think what you've seen with especially COVID happening, there may be new exclusions in your policy as a result of that. And insurance companies going like, oh, hey, we need to make sure we're covered. But I don't think usually you see that often, but once a year, make sure you're looking at
once a year. That's good advice.
Yeah. And just scope of practice. Why don't you just do it all at one time, right?
Yeah.
Scope
one time.
Practice, look at your insurance policy.
Cover all your bases.
Yeah. Oh, and also too, one more thing, super fast, is that some of the devices that are out there now, everybody that's on the call here, these devices are totally covered in your base policy, but there are going to be some devices that are out there, depending on the scope of practice in your state, that may be an additional charge, like if they're considered advanced aesthetics, like laser and things of that nature.
It's definitely something to consider. Yeah. And then Carlene, I know you've been waiting, giving all the information. I always do this to you, so I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it on the next question. You're on mute.
That is perfectly fine.
Oh, Ryan probably needs to be on mute. No, somebody else. Me?
Okay. No, that's perfectly fine. Because I have the perspective of an actual esthetician instead of from a manufacturer's point of view. You know, I'm pretty seasoned into my career, and I've made a lot of mistakes in the beginning in purchasing devices and things like that. And you learn from those mistakes, and you want to share that with other estheticians before they make those mistakes. So it makes a lot of sense. A tip for Tracy, like certain states, because of COVID, they actually do board meetings that are open to the public, and they give you updates when you can sign up for newsletters. So every time my state does a change, I get an email. So that's how I stay on top of all of my updates with my stuff at my state. As a consumer, my love language is science and math. So it's good that you have your, you know, your numbers and the science behind it. Some important questions I like to ask is, you know, what type of support are you giving me after I purchase? Like, are you just going to drop me after I give you all my money and that's it? I can't call you and bother you and ask you, hey, I need help with this protocol. What's the warranty is a huge one for me. I've purchased one machine and then I've had to purchase it again 2 years later, and then again another 2 years later, when I could have just made my big money purchase, have the support, have the education, have the warranty. Like, that is a big deal for me. What is the cost of continuing to use that product? You know, how much do I have to spend on tips, on filters, on tubes, whatever it may be? Support as far as, like, if something happens to my device and I have to turn it in, but I have appointment scheduled, what kind of support can you give me for that? Like, that's something else to consider when purchasing a device that you want to invest. That's really important. I mean, those are the big things for me. The support.
I thought you hit on two really good things. The disposable cost, and like, even if you have coverage, like, what is the downtime? Is there somebody there that's able to answer the phone? Do you get a loaner out that day? Like, what if I do have, you know, a service issue? How long am I going to be down? How will this affect me? So I think those are such good points and brand new. And that's why I always save you, because I know you're going to have something. All right. So our next question, and we've kind of touched on this, and I'm definitely going to start with Tracy on this one, is why does insurance play such a pivotal role when making an equipment purchase?
Well, gosh, I mean, that's a loaded question, girl. You know, it has to do with the device, right? So what we were saying before, you know, if it is an advanced aesthetic device, well, you're going to be paying a lot more, right? You could be paying $600 more a year. So if you're not factoring that into, you know, making that buying decision upfront, that could be a game changer, right? So I think that's one, making sure that's in the base policy. I think, you know, knowing if there's a deductible on your business personal property insurance, you know, our members get a special rate for business personal property but you have to be a member, so you couldn't just come and get that. I think you just really need to look at all those factors, make sure, you know, and hopefully you can pick up the phone and just call someone, right? And it's not, we all hate that, right? I mean, I can tell that all these people are super into service, right? So there's nothing worse than having to comb through somebody's website to just try to figure out what the answer is. So I think just pick up the phone and being able to call people and get the details, I think is great too.
That was such good feedback. So I'm going to do a little different this time. Does anybody have anything they want to add on the insurance topic? No?
Well, we've had a few people who haven't had insurance, you know, for professional, for whatever reason. And then they have clients they did treatment on, and they claim that they burned their skin or discolored it or whatever. And then they're all freaked out, you know, and then insurance is one of those things you need, but you don't want to ever use, you know, but it's a necessity, you know, and I tell people all the time, just, you know, get your insurance in place. Yeah, it's a few bucks a year, but if something happens, you know, you're using a chemical peel and you happen to go too aggressive on a skin type 4 or something, and, you know, you do something hypo, whatever, you know, it's just that peace of mind that at least you have some help behind it. Because last thing, especially a small practice, 1 or 2, you know, estheticians, you know, they can't probably afford litigation. It's you know, and people can sue for any reason, you know, it depends on what state you're in, but some states are super easy. And, just to call a lawyer, we know how that goes. It's a couple $1,000s just to say hi. So, and for a smaller business, that's something, that can almost devastate them. And, if it costs you a few bucks to have insurance every year, and I always tell them, just go get it. I know it's a few bucks, even if you have to put off buying our system, get yourself in a better spot, because you are physically touching somebody's skin and there is potential. And you're using energy-based devices and, different, chemicals and topicals. So, that's my 2 cents on it. It just bite the bullet, get used to it. It's cost of doing business. That's just how it is.
Yeah, and I would add just even one more thing, because you made me think about it, Mike. Thank you for that. Is that we're super litigious society, and people, like he was saying, might try to sue you even if you didn't do harm to them. And we are not the insurance company. ASCP is not. We are the insurance partner. And so we are your advocate. So there's been many of times where claims have been made, and we are there to support the esthetician through that process and really find out what's going on. If it's a real claim, if it's real, if they're or not.
You kind of do all that investigation.
Yeah, and we support them emotionally. I mean, it's really scary when someone sends you papers in the mail and you think that they're your best client, and all of a sudden, they're suing you for tens of, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. So
right.
Yeah.
And then just to echo or make another point with this, it's, very important to have insurance, but I think, always keep records, at your practice as well. Consent forms are great. And even like maybe a specific consent form to the machine or the device you're working with, or at least tailored to what they're going to provide is really important. And I'm sure it would help with the insurance claim, at least to answer some questions as you're making that claim, to have that. Yes, Tina.
Can I add a question? All right. So the consent form, you hit it right on the head. We clearly designed one just for our devices, just because it's very important that it protects us and our client, both. And also it gives their client a view of what they're getting, because it's important for them to pay attention to all the questions we're raising. We want to know certain things about you, because we're only working with you for an hour maximum, right? In our case, it's only 15 to 20 minutes. But when you're working on someone for an hour, you really don't know much about them. You don't know what kind of life they lead, and the result they're asking for. Is it something you can really deliver? So most of the times, in our business, where you are looking for minuscule modification in making the person look better, knowing what kind of life they lead, it can be so amazing, because you can tell them, hey, drink more water, less coffee. This is not coffee, by the way, but just so stuff like that, right? As far as insurance goes, accidents happens. What I mean is, I'm not just talking about a client suing you. Yes, you're right, Tracy. We're living in a sue-happy country. Not everywhere, nowhere in the world is like America. And, you can go to different countries. They can do whatever the heck they want. They can pull the wrong tooth and say, oh, well, but here, here you got trouble, right? Anything you do is a problem. So I think the client intake sheet is very important. Having them sign a consent form is very important. And having an insurance on a piece of equipment you just purchased is very important, because when you're cleaning up and stuff that you do, you know how we try to save another 1 minute, 5 minutes between clients? Accident could happen. Drop the device on the floor or whatever the heck. That way you don't have to worry about it. Anything happens, you go back to the manufacturer, get it replaced, or whatever you have to do. And I liked Cartino, is that how your name is? Carlene, I can't see. So Carlene, a very good point when you mentioned about what kind of downtime do you have when you're calling a client, a manufacturer. What kind of downtime? Can you really redo something that is going wrong with my device quickly or not, right? So those are very important questions that you should be asking when you're dealing with equipments as let's say, as technical as in our case, like our devices, we made sure that we come right to you instead of you coming to us. So most of the time, anything that we have to, let's say, do a little bit of checking out and check out the bugs and stuff in your device, whatever it is, even if you dropped it, we can check it without you sending your device back. So we come to your little office, not
nice.
personally, but virtually. So
Yeah.
we can do that kind of treatments and such, so you don't have to lose time. Go ahead. Many people raised questions.
I actually want to add on that from a investment perspective, I was affected by Hurricane Harvey. And when I went through that process, I had 0 pictures of my equipment.
Oof.
So I highly encourage take pictures of your equipment. And my insurance is through ASCP. So I took pictures, and from there on, anytime I purchase anything that takes all my blood, sweat, and tears to purchase, I now have a file electronically. I save it. I make sure I have it. What is it worth? How much equipment I had, and keep inventory of all of that. It is very important when you need to use it. Yes, we have some sue happy, crazy people, but natural disasters have been affecting a lot of people. I mean, we got hit with the ice storm in February. And so these little things I'm learning, like I said, over time, that it's a big investment. You want to make sure that you're protected and that you can be able to replace those things.
It could be as simple as a power surge. It doesn't even have to be a hurricane or an ice storm. I mean, a power surge could potentially wipe out your equipment. So
Yeah,
make
that's
sure-
true. So it's not just the clients who are kind of a threat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Another thing is electrical work. If your device is not CE, LE, whatever country you're living
CE,
at, if it's not certified, you're not going to be able to have the electrical be protected under that. So that also matters too. What certifications your device has.
That's true. And there was something I thought about just a second ago that maybe we mentioned and I forgot, is that does the equipment require any maintenance that maybe you have to perform? Is there like a yearly maintenance? Does it need to go to the manufacturer once a year to be recalibrated or something? I think that would be, to go back to the first question, a good question to ask the manufacturer. All right, so our next question for the day is, why are manufacturers' warranties so important and how do they work? So I will start with Ryan.
With whom?
Ryan.
Oh, good.
Okay, hi. I'm on. So before we jump to, I was like raising my hand. I wanted to end on the last question. So just real quick, it's not your fault. By the miracle of modern technology, we're in the same room, but it's causing sound issues on our end. So they keep muting me, which frustrates me. But how funny, like, I just to reiterate what you guys said, like consent, getting those consent forms signed that's specific to the modalities that you're using, being insured, because I guarantee you there are many scenarios, all the time that are happening that they're doing a Regenerate facial, they're incorporating LED with light wave, they're incorporating they're hitting a METAMA with some microcurrent, and that they're insured through ASCP, and what happens when you do have a litigious client and now we're all involved in this facial. You know what I mean? We want to make sure as manufacturer, we got all our ducks in a row, that they're insured correctly, that they've got the right insurance for it. And that really didn't enter into my head until I heard you guys talking. I was like, oh, for sure. Like I've never, knock on wood, been involved in anything to date, but for sure, obviously everything happens eventually, and I will not say anything positive, except that I was not a litigator in my legal life. I was a real estate attorney. So I don't take any negative from all the bashing of lawyers you guys are doing. So now where were we? Manufacturers. So yeah, why is a manufacturing warranty so important? I mean, it is in a Venn diagram with all the things we've been talking about. What is the company doing? What are they giving you? What's an important question to ask? How are you protecting yourself via insurance? And even I think Carlene said, the most important thing to her at the end of her list was, what is the warranty, right? So, I guess the simple breakdown, you have like express warranties or even implied warranties, right? Implied warranties are given by statute and by the government. And almost everyone, I'm sure in all of our contracts, we will waive those, and we will say that those do not, in part of all of our contracts, I suspect we waive those warranties, right? We're only going to give you the express warranty that we talk about specifically in our contract. So ours on Regenerate is super robust. We give a lifetime warranty, and we will, to date, it's a lifetime warranty provided that you are an active customer, which is defined by purchasing consumables within a certain period. But to date, while we've had, stuff breaks, we've had plenty of warranty issues. As a personal note, I know in the past 3 months, I have gotten a phone brand new from Samsung that did not work. And I got a Lenovo computer that did not work. And I've had to return them both, and through varying annoyances, right? Lenovo, literally, like the customer service and the warranty, I could not get them on the phone, could not find them. When I bought it, it was easy to reach somebody. The sales, the chat box comes up. Now I've got to return it. Literally, it was like, I'm a smart guy. I can't find it on your website. Like, I don't know where it is, And I eventually finally found someone. They were like, okay, we're going to send you a replacement. I go, no, I want my money back. I go, I'm going to buy an Apple. This was like 4 hours of that day. Apple delivered me a computer at my house 2 hours later. I was like, it took me 4 hours just to talk to you, and they've delivered it. I don't know. I haven't opened the Apple yet. But at any rate, the point being, whether it's customer service or honoring your warranty, it's super important. You know what I mean? And we have never, ever, even if we don't think that it was a correct warranty, claim, we've never rejected one where it's a no ask policy. If you've got an issue, we'll replace it. We'll make sure that you're an active user and that you're getting the benefits of the community, of the system, and we go forward.
Thank you. Carlene, what would you say about manufacturers' warranties and why they're so important?
So I'll speak on with Regenerate personally. Lifetime warranty. I have a device. My device actually broke down on me. Literally within that day, I got a phone call back, email confirming that my new device was being shipped back, return postage saying, return it back. What's your certificate number? Like, it was very easy. Customer service was fantastic. When it was shipped, tracking number, you name it. Like, I just felt good. Like, man, I invested in this and they got my back. Like, it was just phenomenal. So it's really important. Like, that for me, it's like, tell me what you can provide for me when I need you. Clearly you have no problem taking my coin that I worked hard for. So it's really important on the warranty, that, what is available for me, the pieces that have to be replaced, how often, be honest with me. And sometimes it's, only tech or only parts, or, read the fine print, ask all those questions. It's just super important.
I also think it's important to be aware of if there's any just defined misuse of the equipment. Make sure you're using the equipment properly. Otherwise, I'm not sure how well your warranty will support you, depending on the type of warranty it is. But Tracy, what would you say about warranties, how they work, and what the benefits are?
Well, I don't know that I can necessarily speak so much to warranties. I think you guys are the experts, right? I mean, and even to, the esthetician connection community, I think what a great resource is to reach out there when you're having questions about products or warranties or what have you, because likely they're going to be able to help you out, your community, your people. So I think it's just, I would probably just mention that. The one other thing I did want to mention and it's not specifically related to warranties, but, when you are kind of looking at, what type of devices or even modality, let's say, not even necessarily a specific manufacturer of what you want to include or bring into your practice, I definitely would encourage you to, check out ASCP, because we have tons of technique videos that are not specific to a manufacturer. So if you're just really curious about microcurrent or, whatever it is out there, go check it out, and then do your research and just
I
Make
just
sure
watched
you're
one of those
insured.
videos the other day. It was very helpful.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Mike, what would you say about manufacturer's warranty, their importance, and how they work?
Absolutely. It offers a good peace of mind. If somebody's building quality equipment, there's no reason that they shouldn't have a pretty robust warranty. Maybe not lifetime, but something significant, or at least a limited lifetime. At a minimum, I buy a lot of stuff. I'm a tech junkie, and I buy stuff, and I'm not happy with it. I return it. So I'm a consumer as well as somebody who's selling equipment. So I do appreciate that. And I make sure, at least us specifically, we take it that far. If they build something of high quality and they use good components, it should last you a lifetime. We have units that have been out there since 2002, and they're still out there chugging away. They're ancient, 19, almost 20 years on their clocks, but they're still working. So it really starts there. But I think there's even one step further. And what we do is we offer 100% trade-in option. So they have the first year to use the equipment as much as they want. Don't abuse it. Obviously, we don't want it back all destroyed and messed up, but we have a couple different variations of the LED system. So you can start somewhere, use it. You have full warranty. Decide, hey, I love this thing. Good investment. I'm ready to take the next step up. It has a little bit better warranty, a little bit longer, more features and whatnot. Now you get a brand new unit with a brand new warranty. So you can, as you grow, you can go with it. But on the warranty side, loaners are a big thing. We strive to make sure we get everybody a loaner out. If your system goes down, we understand you're going to be out of money because it's time is money type situation. We try to get it out there as quick as possible. That way that they're back up and running. We go as far as, like, I had a lady buy a couple of our Elite systems recently, and we just made a slight modification to the type of LCD screen we have on there. Well, I didn't even tell her because, she bought, and like literally 4 days later, we implemented this new style. It's a much better screen. I just sent her new main units and said, just swap these out. I didn't even tell her why. I told her what was going on, but, she wasn't expecting that. So for me, it was important just to stand behind our product and say, okay, we made a slight improvement. It cost me a couple bucks to mail it out. It is what it is. But I know that forever she's going to at least appreciate that, know that I had her, in mind, not just the pocketbook. It's not just about the money. And that's the kind of things I think a company does, above and beyond warranty, is standing behind their product with little improvements and updates. Like we do with our software, we offer lifetime software updates, no cost. So we have new protocols and features and whatnot. We're not going to nickel and dime you for a software update like I've seen a few companies do. And I think that's kind of, a little bit cheap, I guess is one way to put it. Software, it costs money to develop, but really it enhances your system. So things like that, I would say definitely look into their warranty, where they offer you, what kind of upgrade situation you have if you wear that system out. Some things are consumable. It's inevitable. Fans wear out after time. They can only last so long. What can I do when I hit that point when maybe the system's becoming a little bit of a nuisance? Not so much a warranty issue, but now it's next generation, next year type thing. So that's kind of my 2 cents on the warranty side.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the two things that we really had to talk about. One, the loaner system, that's really important. It goes back to what Carlene was saying about downtime and taking care of your esthetician. And then I literally just spaced out on the other thing, but it was really important. It was something that was pretty unique as well.
Upgrade?
The upgrade.
Is it upgrading?
Yeah.
I think that's huge.
Just growing with you and being able to trade it in. That's really awesome. And I think
So
that's
awesome.
important. Just having a warranty that understands that, you need support as an esthetician. You can't have things on your menu and have appointments booked for it and not be able to offer it and things like that. So I think that was really great. Tina, do you have anything to add about the manufacturer's warranties, their importance and how they work?
So the importance of, yes, I can explain certain things for ourselves. So the importance of warranty goes with how technical the device is. If the device is very, let's say, very high tech, when you're looking at a very unique, let's say a cell phone, when you purchase a cell phone, if you drop it on the floor and you shatter it, you're responsible for it, even though it is under warranty. But then you have all these devices that are not really that fancy. And yes, you can, it's not that expensive, so you can kind of give it a lifetime warranty. No matter what happens to it, you can replace it. To me, there is a happy medium. You have to understand what you're really purchasing. So in our case, if we are allowed to talk about what we think, the way we look at our devices is we look and see what could be a latent failure. and how long will it take if the person is using it on because we took a lot of statistics through our clients, and we learned that some clients are using the TAMA 8 hours a day, and some only do it every 2 hours, 2 hours a day, or like depending on how many clients they were seeing. So on the people that were using it 8 hours a day, we calculated to see how long it would take if there is a latent failure, because of the fact that our parts that are in there, the way we make our little TAMA, I know the TAMA is only fits a palm of your hand, but the technology in there, there is a lot of technology in there. So for that, we need to understand what could go wrong. So we looked at it, and we said, okay, within 2 years, if the person uses it just like 1 hour a week, any kind of latent failure is going to show itself. So we are giving it a 3 years warranty, front to end, unless you drop it on the floor or you put it in the water, which you're not supposed to. But those things can happen. We have seen it, and we have a TAMA family community. So people are honest with us because we are upfront and honest with them. We used to offer the loaner type of a program because of the fact that sometimes when they drop their device or something, we would have given them an older device that was turned in. But we're kind of out of all of our old devices. Everything is sold. So we put another thing in. Anytime that something goes wrong and we cannot figure out what has gone wrong and they don't know what's wrong with it. So when we're finished troubleshooting over the internet, we ask them to overnight it to us, and we ship the device after it's repaired that same day. So it becomes the highest priority at our company when a device comes in that has an issue. So the turnaround is 3 days, and most of the time people have no problem fitting it. And if we can't figure it out by the 12 o'clock, ding, we replace the device. We're like done with it. We will put it next to the items that we have to we get a little bit more time to look at it. And usually that's like one of those things that between Ali and I, we fight who wants to look at this, because it's like, just figure this out. So that is the other thing that we do. And I believe you mentioned the loaners, the training, something about training, guys. Think about your client in a way. We look at our clients as our investment. We don't invest into a lot of sales, okay? You're gonna say what? People do a lot of salesmen. We have no salesmen out there. You know who is our salesmen? Every happy client. So we invest in them. As the minute they invest in us, when they buy their device, we always tell them, okay, now you become my responsibility, because I have to make you to be the best thing you have ever done, right? So it has to be the best thing. That's why we make sure we question you as much as you question us, because we need to understand each other and see what floors we're standing together, right? And as long as we know what we have, then we can really help you grow. So to us, you are our investment. You are the face of my company, actually. So when you have happy clients and your clients tell other clients and everybody gets so big on it, that's the way I believe it's a real good deal with the client, knowing that it's really a two-way street. It's not just one way. So it's not about just selling and be done with it. It is something that we just start a beautiful communication.
Well, thank you, Tina. That was wonderful to add. I just feel like we learned so much. And I think one of my favorite things from Ryan. Yes, Ryan?
I just wanted to say something that part of this, the beauty of the synergy of these calls, it always seems to happen in some way or the other, these deep dives rather, is that, we were talking about litigation as kind of an aside, a litigious society. And I was like, recently, not too long ago, we had some litigation that came up with, ironically, Apple. And we learned, I think most of us learned about, planned obsolescence, right? That they are actually manufacturing products with the intent for them to fail in a certain amount of time, so that they could resell you things, right? It is part of the design, right? Whether it's the battery life, I believe is how it came up. And then that takes me back to the beginning when we were talking about what's the right question to ask. And I have the pleasure of knowing both Mike and Tina, and I would bet a lot of money that no company on here deals with that in any way or have any part of anything like that, so it all comes back to knowing the companies that you're dealing with and what kind of warranty are they providing. Everything of that, it ends up going together. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, no, I think that is really good. This was such an amazing panel. I feel like we touched on so many good points. Everyone brought something different to the table, which is why I love these. It's so great getting the different perspectives from everyone. So I just wanted to thank all the panelists so much. But before we go, ASCP and Tracy gifted up with some swag. So we got to give away some swag. So let's do that. We're going to be sending some ASCP swag out. And look at this. And this is not plastic, guys. Okay, you hear this? This is some quality. This is a quality mug, all right? Or not mug, but a quality tumbler.
Glass. Yes. Glass. No BPA. It's glass.
That's good. Very nice. So we'll have some ASCP swag with that, which will be really great. And then we're also including some Alika and Hale & Hush. So we have the Keratin Essential Rich Moisturizer from Alika. I got a really bright light here, so it's a little too much. And then we have the Hale & Hush Quiet Wash. Both of these are a real favorite, so I love these. And then let's see. Let's call on our special winner.
Wait, and don't forget, you forgot to say that there's a free membership.
Oh my
free
God.
Insurance, a free $6 million.
Thank God you're here. Say it again.
What about the glass bottle?
I really did focus on the glass bottle. I was like, let me tap. I want everyone to know this is glass.
I'll get
say
you
it again.
Kelly, okay, I'll send it your way.
Free membership. Tell them what they get.
Oh, yeah. So, the membership. $6 million policy.
All those videos, access to all those. Yeah,
magazine.
which are great.
Oh, and I'm going to just tease something because no one knows this, but anybody who's paying attention to this panel is wait and see what the magazine, it is not going to be like a magazine that the members get, the printed publication, as we move forward into 2022. Oh. It is a beautiful, fat, like coffee table book. So wait till you see it, because we found out, everyone keeps them forever, at least 10 years. So why not make them beautiful, like a resource book?
That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is a really lucky winner. If you thought you were getting 2 products and just a glass tumbler, you're wrong. You got a lot more. And our lucky winner today is Nicole Cubar. So I hope I pronounced that right. If I didn't, I'm so sorry. But you're still lucky and you're still a winner. So send us your information. And thank you again to all the panelists. This was so amazing. I can't wait till our next deep dive, which is tomorrow at the same time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's get on to our next activity for the night. I'll see you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye
now.
Bye. Okay, how do I get that?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Esthetician Connection. I hope you are enjoying day 2 of the Cyber Extravaganza. That was an amazing class with Hale Cosmeceuticals, that understanding the basics behind your favorite skin technologies. If you registered for it and you weren't able to attend, I hope you'll go back to the link that you got to join the event and watch it, or rewatch it if you did catch it and you want to see anything that you feel like you might have missed. Definitely be able to go back there. You can watch them until tomorrow night at midnight Pacific time. But right now, I want to talk to you a little bit about an amazing brand that I love. Another one that I love, I've talked a lot about brands that I've loved over the, this event, other events, and that is Beauty of Hope. I love Beauty of Hope candles. They smell so good. This one is their Willow, which smells like moss, oak, and patchouli. And they're not overpowering. It's one of the big things I'm a huge fan of. They have several offers in the event till tomorrow at midnight Pacific time. They've got 3 bundles. They've got their sweater weather bundle, which I bought in the big fall sale, so definitely got those. It comes with the jar candles as well as the tins. Oh, this one smells really good too. This is the Crisp, which is neroli, sandalwood, and apple. And you get a bunch of them. They also have their National Parks bundle, which I gave to my sister for Christmas last year, and the 7 Seas retail bundle, which I also bought in the last sale and have been blowing through, burning at my house. I bought them as Christmas presents, and I've used them for myself. So definitely something you want to love and use. They're great retail items. Holidays, candles are an amazing way to put retail out on your counter. And what I love about Beauty of Hope is that there's built-in marketing for a good cause right with it. Beauty of Hope, their mission is to combat human trafficking, and they work with different organizations donating money right off the top of every sale, and that's before they take into account profits or anything like that. It is straight off the top, and it goes back. They give you great marketing cards that you can put out at your retail station next to your candles, that your clients can take home with them. They can know a little bit about it, and your clients feel like they're good because they're giving back to the community and to a great cause, while also making a purchase that can be great as a Christmas present, or if you're like me, you just want to burn it all day, every day in your house. And there's really no going wrong with any of them. There's so many amazing scents. They've got the different smells. Again, this one was Crisp. I also have here with me Hollow Tree, which is sandalwood, honey, and rose. It's light, it's florally, but it's not overpowering. And again, you get both the 8-ounce jars and the 3-ounce tins with those retail bundles. Great for doing holiday retail displays. You can stack the jars with the tins and offer them at great prices for all of your clients. There are so many amazing opportunities that you can do to bring in great retail and maximize your retail potential in your business using Beauty of Hope candles. I definitely can't talk enough good things about them. Be sure that you go to the estheticianconnection.com. It's estheticianconnection.com to see all of the offers. It's also in the pinned announcement on the closed Facebook group page for professional estheticians. We are streaming the event live. If you watched it yesterday, you've watched most of it today. And it's streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, the website, on Cherry Flash's LinkedIn page. All of these are places you can watch the amazing content that we're doing. You can browse all the offers without missing anything by going to the website. Definitely stay tuned because our next live is our Goodnight Community Facial, which is going to be the Regenerate Nanofacial Eye and Lip Treatment, featuring some amazing masks from To Go Spa and their gold collection. So definitely not going to want to miss out on that.
Whose sound is on? I'm turning the mic up. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hello.
Yes?
Yeah.
I feel like I should be quiet over here too, because everybody else has to be quiet over there.
My speakers are on.
Okay, so we're on.
We're on. Are we unmuted?
I
We're
can hear
unmuted.
you.
Hi, everybody. We are at the end of day 2 of the EC Cyber Extravaganza, the 7th annual. We've had so many amazing facials today from Lightwave and DHA's, amazing classes from Hale Cosmeceuticals, from Aesthetic Science, and from Natura Verde Pro.
So many.
And we are about to do a Regenerate Eye and Lip treatment with To Go Spa masks. And before we do that, we're going to give some fun stuff away.
Gotta do it.
We love to give away some things, and we have a big bag of swag to give away to one lucky winner. And Jared's bag is full. It's full.
It's gonna be full.
It's gonna be full. Like you're gonna
So
put
much stuff.
so much product on in this. We have the brand new refined polish from Hale and Hush. This is their new exfoliating polish.
It's amazing.
I haven't gotten a chance to try it yet.
So good.
I have it. I just haven't gotten a chance to try it yet, and I'm so excited. I know it has the new cranberry scent that they've been using, and I can't wait to try it. So you're gonna get that. You're gonna get the DHA's Hawaiian Frangipani Absolute Skin Perfecting Cream. This smells really, really good.
Evan.
A box of Mango Sorbet Sweet and Single Bomblicity Candy Scrubs.
For your hand.
Hand exfoliation. Amazing.
More stuff.
More exfoliation. Theraderm New Peel.
Everyone loves that.
It's
That's
a great,
everyone loves that product.
Great product. We have the Green Envy Glow C Plus Brightening Serum. The Ilike AHA Night Cream.
More.
Oh, there's more.
There's so much in here.
The MBK Drain Active Eye Fluid.
Mm-hmm. A light up pen, which I love this thing.
The light up pen is so much fun.
It's the light up EC pen, and when you're in your treatment room, you just click it twice, and you actually have a little itty bitty light in there, which is super cool. Oh, you're also getting the wine cooler. It's always nice to have, and a little bit of EC bling in here, so it's a super fun bag.
Super fun bag. I'm very excited. If you don't already know how you can be registered to win prizes, you have to go to the event page for the event. So it would be the Cyber Extravaganza page. If you go to the top and you see all of the options, you hit events, you'll find Cyber Extravaganza there. You just say that you're going. And you're automatically entered.
Easy peasy.
Super easy. And our one lucky winner for this one is Paula Sue Holmes. Yay! So congratulations, Paula. And whoever said that it really is a bag of swag, you're right.
It's a bag of swag.
Things just kept coming out of it.
It just kept, yeah. We love to give away swag, and we love to give away lots of swag. So we are so happy that we have had 2 successful days of our Cyber Extravaganza. Day 2. We still have one more full day ahead of us. So a couple things to remember before we get started on our amazing treatment tonight with To Go Spa and Regenerate is that you can watch any of the classes till midnight on Wednesday. So you have till tomorrow night to watch anything. If you missed the class, or if you went in late, or you just want to rewatch it, you also have access to all the promotions till tomorrow night, midnight Pacific time. So you don't want to miss these promotions. They're amazing. They have free US shipping. So there's just so much going on in the Cyber Extravaganza.
So many things in this event. And it's a full day tomorrow. So
full day tomorrow.
3 more classes,
more demos,
2 more facials, and another community facial. There's meditation
and
tomorrow.
A
deep dive, and a lot of good giveaways.
More giveaways. You know, we have to do more giveaways. So yay. And now, everybody, we're going to hand this over to Kelly, and we are going to do an amazing Regenerate eye and lip treatment. So I've washed my face, and I have to take my glasses off, so now I can't see anything. Okay, this is all a blur right here. So if you're waving at me, I wouldn't know. Okay, Kelly, you are up.
I don't really know how to lead this. It's so weird. I've never instructed anyone else on how to give themselves a Regenerate. So I'm not really sure. We have the Regenerate here. Pretty easy to give yourself a lip treatment. I think we're all going to see something fun as we do our own eyes. So the device has 3 speeds. Do I have to? Okay, so I had to turn on my sound because everybody else turned their sound off. So we have 3 speeds on the device. For the eyes and lips, we're always going to work on the lowest speed, which is the blue. So once you turn your device on, you're going to hit that twice to get it to that blue low setting. You always work on the lips last. So we'll start with the eyes. Everybody has some high res glide. So they've went ahead and pumped that out. So it's a 65% clinical grade hyaluronic acid. And it can be used as your infusion serum, or you can use it as you always use it as a slip unless you have another hyaluronic acid, but you can use it as the slip and the infusion serum as well. So for this eye and lip treatment, we're just going to be using the high res. Go ahead and get started.
I'm not going to wait.
Can you give us some pointers on this blue tip, ma'am?
What do you mean pointers?
Like, some people may have not seen this tip. Like, what does it look like?
Are you guys sitting next to each other?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, Pauline, go ahead.
I see her looking this way and you looking that way.
About the tip, I don't understand. It's homogeneous pyramids made of monocrystalline silicon.
No, just host individual packaging.
So we're going to go right into the eye treatment. We already have our tip on. I put my hyaluronic acid over my brow, and I'm going to go ahead and start to work on that. So what I'm going to do is do a back and forth pass before I go upward in kind of like a feather-like motion. You don't want to be applying any pressure. Okay, just let the device make contact with the skin. Because I'm in the mirror, it's backwards, so it's very difficult to do.
It's hard to do it backwards.
I typically actually don't treat my own eyes.
Yeah, it's a little difficult, gotta say.
Yeah. I definitely go over my lips, but this is a first for me. I told Thomas to lead it because he does it all the time, but he didn't like it. I regenerate my face, but I don't go over my eyes because I am going backwards in the mirror, and I'm not good at putting things like the other way. I don't know
I think it helps if you don't look at the
I
camera.
don't look when I do it typically, and I don't
Get it. I just
Okay, so now I'm going to go under the brow. I'm going to do that
everywhere. Yeah.
same thing.
Ooh, someone asked, what exactly is Regenerate?
Okay, now this I can answer. The Regenerate is what it's really going to do is help to gently condition the stratum corneum, right? Because as we know, the stratum is meant to keep things, keep our things in, and keep bad things out. So basically, that includes our skincare products. When we apply skincare topically, we're not really getting a lot of penetration because our waterproof barrier is preventing that product from being absorbed. So with the Regenerate, what we're able to do is condition that stratum corneum. And what that does is temporarily disable or disarm that waterproof barrier just for about 15 to 20 minutes, which is really just enough time to allow the product to be absorbed into the skin. Typically, when we're applying products topically, we're only getting about 2 to 10% absorbed into our skin. And when we assist the product with Regenerate, we can increase that infusion or that product absorption up to about 40 or 50%. So it's very significant absorption.
You got the mask, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now that I'm going to go back and do those feather-like motion downwards towards the lid. And then work on the crow's feet. So I'm going to go now under the eye, and you can actually work up to the lash line. So again, every time I'm going to do that, I just got high res in my eye. And then I'm going to do that upwards to the lash line.
Kelly, you crying?
I'm done. I gotta get it out.
Switch it over to me.
Yeah.
You're good, John.
Am I on?
You can't be on when I'm on.
She was.
Kelly out.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't sure. All right. So now what we're doing, woo, almost it's going down.
We get cozy.
Yeah, we're getting cozy. So we're taking the to-go spa, and we are applying their gold eye mask right over where we did the Regenerate. And a few things about to-go spa that is really important, and then we're going to go ahead and do the lip area, is that they're a company that's based on working with professionals and estheticians. So they really put energy into their formulas. So all the stuff that they put in their mask is going to be clean and effective ingredients to make the changes. So Thomas and I were pulling out the box. We had the gold. Hold it here, the gold collection box, which is amazing because it's a nice box. This would be like a perfect gift for Christmas. Would be a great gift. You know. And what comes in it is you get the eye mask, which is this. You get the face mask. You get the lip mask, which we're going to talk about, and then you also get the neck or the décolleté, depending on where you want to put it. And it comes like this, all together in a box like that. It is such a nice retail product this time of year. And the cool thing is this bundle, we've got a few different offers for this in our Cyber Extravaganza. So this is something you might want to pick up and add to your retail, even if, you can sell them through Christmas, but these are going to sell all the way through New Year's. This is like New Year, New You type of thing, right? So this is a perfect thing to have in your spa to retail.
We can talk a little bit about what's in this one.
Okay.
So in the gold, you have 24 karat nano gold, marine collagen, hyaluronic acid, aloe vera, vitamins C and E. It's there to reverse the signs of aging and leave your skin luminous. It's going to help tighten, brighten, smooth. It's perfect for anybody with a face. As they like to call it, it's the radiant maker.
The radiant maker. Yeah. This is one of my favorites. The gold. I love the gold. I love the rose gold. I also love the charcoal. I don't think there's a to-go spa mask I don't like.
I don't either. Trish is actually using my favorite formula.
Oh, coconut.
She's using coconut.
You're doing coconut.
I have the ice on.
You're doing ice?
Ice is great.
I like that one too. Yeah. And
This and the rose gold. And the charcoal ones, men love. My male clients love.
I like the charcoal one because I am so prone to dark circles and I really feel that it makes a difference. So now, because we're going to do our lips, this is going to be interesting because it's going to be hard to talk while we do this, but we're going to res our lips. So now that our eyes are done, we're going to leave the mask on and let them do their magic. I'm going to let it sit here and do its magic. Then we're going to take our hyaluronic and we're going to do our lips, and I'm going to squeeze in here. Okay. Who doesn't need a little lip plumping?
I need the lip hydration.
Yeah, I need the hydration too.
I'll take both.
I'll take both. Yeah. Okay.
Again, on low speed, your blue setting.
Low speed, which is the third click. 1, 2, 3. And now we are infusing hyaluronic acid right into the lip area, the lip line.
And we're starting with the vermilion border. And then you're just doing little strokes on the lips. And then on the bottom.
It's kind of like putting on lipstick.
Super easy. And it could be a great add-on treatment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, personally, I think your clients would love having their whole face regenerated, but they still could get the little pick up and go, the eyes and the lip.
I've heard so many people that do lashes talk about, wanting to put that lip mask on because it keeps their clients quiet during the treatment. And this is just a great add-on to that lip mask during that treatment. It's an extra, it can be a $50 to $75 add-on to that service that you're adding to your clients. So definitely a great addition. They're going to get that hydrated plumping lip. And if you then treat them to that, they could come back and get the full face.
Also, a quiet client cuts your lash job in half.
And that is a good thing. I mean, that for clients who are really yappy, or clients who need to chill out. I mean, that's the other thing is sometimes clients don't even know that they need to wind it down. They're so high energy and they come in a whirlwind and they're just buzzing around. And sometimes just putting a mask on their mouth and just letting them relax makes such a difference. They're so pretty. Now, I'm going to put it on, but then I'm going to have to take it off the top because it's one product I can't multitask with. I can't. To-go spa hat. So I'm just going to massage this in and then it'll go on as soon as we hang up today. Look, everyone, Caroline's putting hers on right now. Isn't it beautiful? It is the prettiest lip mask I have ever seen. It is just stunning. Erica, where's your lip mask?
I'm at the studio and I left them at home. my
I'm
schedule.
I'm like, I don't see it.
And I did regenerate my lips, and it's been really dry in LA, so they feel great.
Michelle, she's got hers on. It's, and the other thing is typically when you put your lip mask on, you're like laying back instead of sitting forward.
Cannot keep a straight face.
I know.
But this can be an easy add-on if you do the
Absolutely.
Regenerate lip treatment and you pair it with the To-Go Spa mask. It's a great option for those that, of course, obviously have dry lips, or those that want to do a little bit of lip plumping, but they don't want to use any type of fillers or injections. This is a great natural alternative for them. And you can also incorporate like one of the Bomblicity lip scrubs into your treatment. And so you do a scrub, Regenerate, and a mask, and that could easily be like a $40 add-on, $50 add-on. It just really depends on what you're incorporating it with, but simple.
And these are what I call like no-brainer sales. And the lip and the eye mask, yes, you can do it in your service. You can add it and your clients will appreciate it. And a lot of times they don't even know it's something you offer. So if you have a lash client coming in, you can just say, as they're coming in to sit down, you can say, we have a new service where we're doing a lip plumping and eye, hydrating mask treatment, or you could do a res with it. They can have that happening while you're putting those lashes on or waxing their brows or whatever you're doing. And then having these products, if you have not seen the packaging from To Go Spa, I mean, this is their big full box, but they have the most beautiful retail packaging, the small boxes that can sit right at your checkout point of purchase. People will just grab a few. They're not expensive at all. They come in a 3-pack for the eyes, a 3-pack for the lips. People will put them as stocking stuffers. They'll divide them up. They give them as teachers' gifts. I mean, these are products that I don't think anybody wouldn't want. A man, a woman, a teenager, even an elderly person can use the To Go Spa mask without any problem. So this is a great gift for anybody. And if you're an esthetician and you're thinking about holiday gifts for your clients, To Go Spa is the perfect holiday gift. Have a little business card, a little bit of candy, little To Go Spa lip mask, Merry Kissmas, and give them a lip mask or something like that, or EYE, appreciate you, and give them a mask, fun stuff like that. And they'll really remember that. And then when they go home and they put that movie in the next weekend and they put that mask on their eyes or their lips, they're going to go, wow, this was a gift from my esthetician. And they're going to really remember that and appreciate it. And then to top it off, To Go Spa has all these amazing benefits to the skin. They're going to be wowed by the results, because these are not just a typical mask that you would find at Walmart or CVS or anywhere like that. These are going to be esthetician formulated specifically for spas and estheticians based on the ingredients. Very clean, very result oriented, very portable, excellent to retail.
The material is hydrogel, right?
Dense,
So the skin really gets the benefit, all of the serums from the material versus your typical sheet mask. And I also wanted to add, Sherry, that I know when I started using To Go Spa, I would sit on the website and like, which one? They're very universal. So don't get too caught up. Have fun with them. Play with the bundles. You're not going to go wrong with whichever one you select, whether it's the rose or the gold or the charcoal. I do feel like the charcoal, like Trish said, really stands out more to men. And the gold ones are just really, really pretty and shiny. They're fun. They're Instagram worthy. But don't get too caught up on like the actual formulas. You can have fun with them and try them all.
And that's a really good point.
Keep them in
There's
the fridge.
not a bad formula. Like I love every single To Go Spa formula.
Me too.
They all work. They're all going to hydrate the eyes. They're all going to help soften those fine lines and wrinkles. And I also keep mine in the refrigerator, especially for the under eyes, to help with that inflammation and puffiness. And people love to drive with these to work.
Or on the airplane.
Yes.
Always have them on an airplane. Always.
So you drive with yours to work, Thomas? Exactly. They're
do.
perfect for those people early morning that wake up with, puffy face like me. Slap them on and drive to work.
And I love, in the airplane, I always, if I'm in an airplane, or even if you're in at a trade show, or you're in like a hotel where you've got recirculated air nonstop, these are just so nice to keep that eye area looking fresh, because when you get off a plane, if you do not go into the bathroom right after you get off a plane and take a peek at those eyes, and they will look dry. So this is the perfect thing to do if you're traveling in the air or you're in a hotel for an extended amount of time.
And they also have neck mask too, right? They also make neck mask, and they have a really beautiful rose water toner that I really like, that I experimented with, and that's just so hydrating and calming. I use rose water in my eyes as well, because instead of that Visine, I like to use rose water to help calm them and keep them hydrated, and like for redness too. So they have a really beautiful formula.
Going back to traveling, now that you have to have a mask on a plane, I put a lip mask on underneath my regular mask while I'm on the plane.
And you gotta talk too much. Yeah, I can't talk.
That's funny.
Where you going?
Well, guys, I know we have so much fun doing these end of the evening goodnight facials. I want to take a moment before we close out and thank everybody for doing our res eye and lip treatment tonight with To Go Spa and Regenerate. And I'm blind as a bat. I really cannot see what I'm doing. I know they're here, and I see that I'm in that area somewhere. But we have a full day tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. If you've registered for any classes, be sure to go back and watch them, take notes, take advantage of all the amazing offers that we have on the Cyber Extravaganza. They all are valid till Wednesday night at midnight. The classes are also available for you to watch till then too. We have 9 full free educational classes from amazing brands that are available. And we appreciate each and every one of you. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 11 a.m., more giveaways, more classes, more live facials, all sorts of fun. So thanks so much for joining us. And thank you all, my amazing moderators and team, for joining us this evening. I appreciate each and every one of you as well.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.